Chapter 3287. Chapter 361, Tier 5. Chapter 3287. Chapter 361. Tier 5. Chapter 361. Tier 5. The Tier 5 Sacred Sky Knight's mockery of Sherfone caused the silent crowd to laugh. A Tier 4 player would have to be ignorant of the word death to act arrogantly in front of a Tier 5 player. Sherfone might have a piece of legendary equipment, but that would only put him on the same level as ordinary Tier 5 players who didn't have decent equipment and couldn't even conquer the World Tower's 4th floor. If Sherfone were to go up against a Tier 5 4th floor expert, he'd have an incredibly tough time. This was because players of this standard no longer had any shortcomings. The degree of control they had over their bodies and their surroundings would also be at the domain realm standard at the very least, with some having even reached the beyond domain realm. They could even exhibit the power of silver combat techniques with their every action. Unless Sherfone was extremely outstanding in one aspect, he'd have no chance of turning the tides against a Tier 5 4th floor expert. For example, if Sherfone had grasped a gold combat technique, it wouldn't matter even if he went up against an opponent with superior basic attributes and could exhibit the power of silver combat techniques through their every action. The effects of a gold combat technique would give him enough of an advantage that he could have a chance at victory. But grasping a gold combat technique was easier said than done. Experts who had successfully grasped a gold combat technique were exceedingly rare, even in the greater god's domain. For this reason, once an expert reached the 4th floor standard, it was nigh impossible for them to lose to players of a lower tier. Not to mention, Sherfang's current opponent wasn't just a 4th floor expert, but a paragon. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Croc," the female, brilliant cleric saint standing nearby said, chuckling. "The young master has already said to capture him alive. If you kill him now, we'll have to go through the trouble of finding him again to capture him." The Sky Knight, named Iron Crocodile, briefly looked at the cleric saint when he heard the other party's words. Then he returned his focus to Sherfone while nonchalantly saying, "Don't worry. I know what I'm supposed to do. You too, on the other hand, should make sure you don't let him get away." Before Iron Crocodile even finished speaking, he brandished the long sword he wielded, executing a holy cross at Sherfone. Not only did the attack have a large AoE, but its power also far exceeded the attack Platinum Behemoth had previously used against Sherfone. "Guild leader, be careful!" Wu Xiaoxiao subconsciously shouted, shocked by Iron Crocodile's attack. Iron Crocodile's attack was incredibly fast and sudden. He had abruptly attacked Sherfone while talking to the cleric saint nearby, and he had completed his attack by the time he finished speaking. He did not reveal any killing intent throughout the entire process. He also didn't show any indications that he was going to attack. He had completed his entire attack against Sherfone as naturally as if he were breathing. However, unlike Wu Xiaoxiao, Sherfone was ready for Iron Crocodile's sudden attack. Or, more specifically, any expert who had reached the domain realm's 3rd step could have adequately utilized their 6th sense to predict Iron Crocodile's sneak attack and taken preemptive defensive measures. Of course, that was under the precondition that they could keep up with Iron Crocodile's Tier 5 reaction speed. Otherwise, even if they managed to predict Iron Crocodile's actions through their 6th sense, it wouldn't matter if their bodies couldn't keep up. Without hesitation, Sherfone raised the Winter of Eternal Night horizontally before him to defend himself. Boom! When you're just trying to make great content at me. Following a loud explosion, Sherfone stumbled 2 steps backward, the Winter of Eternal Night in his hand humming as it violently vibrated. Sherfang's HP had also fallen by roughly 3%. Your strength attribute really is something. "No wonder you managed to kill our leader in one hit," Iron Crocodile said, feeling a little surprised to see that Sherfone had only stumbled 2 steps backward after blocking his attack. However, despite his surprise, Iron Crocodile did not stop moving. "But how will you fare against this next move?" Immediately, Iron Crocodile split into 9 copies of himself. Then, the 9 doppelgangers began flashing in and out of existence around Sherfeng. The speed and dexterity they displayed stunning the Tier 4 experts present. Is this 9 absolute shadows, one of the rumored 99 absolute techniques? When Trecht looked at the 9 untraceable doppelgangers, a flame of passion burning in his eyes. As for Thousand Scars, she hurriedly started making a recording of Iron Crocodile's 9 absolute shadows, afraid the fight would end too quickly. There were 99 absolute techniques in the greater God's domain. These 99 absolute techniques were advanced silver combat techniques recorded and ranked by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Meanwhile, it was publicly recognized that any player who grasped one of these absolute techniques could achieve absolute strength. Among the 99 absolute techniques, 9 absolute shadows was sought after by all assassins in God's domain. Yet, it was now being used by Iron Crocodile, a Guardian Knight. Although 9 absolute shadows ranked 55 out of the 99 absolute techniques, it ranked 3rd out of all the footwork type absolute techniques. It was also the highest ranked footwork type absolute technique accessible to the public. As for the 1st and 2nd ranked techniques, they were monopolized by 2 apex powers, and only the executives of these apex powers could qualify to learn the techniques. However, even though the 7 Luminaries Alliance offered all players a chance to learn 9 absolute shadows, the cost of doing so wasn't something ordinary experts could afford. Or, more specifically, only Tier 6 titled experts could afford to learn it. Meanwhile, in response to Iron Crocodile's 9 absolute shadows, Sherfeng used World of Frost and executed Sword's Orbit without hesitation. Immediately, within the domain of his world creation, the 9 frost swords he summoned transformed into countless stars that orbited around him. 9-fold Sword's Orbit. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of metal colliding reverberated continuously in the spacious dining hall. In only a few seconds, nearly 100 exchanges had taken place already. Meanwhile, every collision would not only see several frost swords get sent flying, but a visible chunk of Sherfeng's HP bar would also disappear. In no time, Sherfeng's HP had already fallen to just 1/3 of its maximum. This sight caused Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao to panic. Yet, even though they wished to help Sherfeng, they couldn't. This was because neither of them could keep up with Sherfeng's and Iron Crocodile's speed. When Sherfeng's HP was about to drop below 10%, Sherfeng finally found an opportunity to take out a Grandmaster regeneration potion and consume it, instantly recovering all of the HP he lost. As expected of the 9 absolute shadows, even Tier 5 assassins will have trouble keeping up with this speed, Sherfeng thought. He had a headache going up against Iron Crocodile. He had only been on the defensive throughout the entire exchange. If it weren't for the frost swords giving him a numerical advantage and letting him pinpoint Iron Crocodile's position, he could have never defended against the Sacred Sky Knight's offensive. You are merely prolonging your suffering by drinking a potion. Immediately, Iron Crocodile accelerated once again. He did not plan to give Sherfeng more chances to recover. Although regeneration potions in God's domain typically had a cooldown of 2 minutes or more, he couldn't help but feel a little upset when he saw Sherfeng's HP recovering to full. When Sherfeng saw Iron Crocodile's speed increasing even further, he stopped staying on the defensive. Immediately, he raised the Winter of Eternal Night and swung it down hard. 3rd sword, Holy Annihilation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3288. Chapter 362. Azura's Sword. Chapter 3288. Chapter 362. Azura's Sword. Chapter 362. Azura's Sword. Boom. A dazzling light flooded the room. At the same time, everyone in the room felt as if space within the room was being compressed. Even experts like Meteor and Trecht felt their bodies becoming cumbersome. So much so that an ordinary Tier 4 player could kill them. As for Thousand Scars, she couldn't even move her body, feeling as if she was frozen solid. A quick look at me will leave you more fulfilled. Is this guild leader Black Flame's true strength? June Luosha, standing by the room's entrance, couldn't help but be fascinated by the small glimpse of the attack her eyes had just caught. Although the incident on the flying ship already gave her an indicator of Shi Feng's strength, what she saw in this room made her strongly reevaluate her opinion of Shi Feng. First, Shi Feng killed Platinum Beast, an expert superior to Saint Nine, in one hit. Now he had even executed an attack of unimaginable power. Sensing the effects Shi Feng's attack had on the surrounding environment, June Luosha did not doubt, even for a moment, that this attack could heavily injure a Tier 5 legendary monster of the same level. And if a Tier 5 player were struck by this attack, it was unlikely they would survive. Shi Feng's attack was a combination of the spatial imprisonment effect and unbelievable speed. Even if she got promoted into a Tier 5 Sword Saint, she doubted she could survive such an attack. When the smoke in the room dissipated, Iron Crocodile remained standing in his original position, his sword and shield raised. His HP, though, had fallen for the first time. Although it was only a meager 2%, it was a fact that Shi Feng had successfully damaged the Tier 5 Sacred Sky Knight. Incredible. No wonder you can beat La Roja and Cross. With that strike, just now, you can even get into the top 500 of the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition. Iron Crocodile said as he used his long sword to tape the white mark left by Shi Feng's attack on his shield. Then he sneered and continued, "It's a pity you won't get the chance to participate in the invitational competition and receive the Galaxy Conglomerate's attention." Immediately, an invisible pressure descended upon the hall. The feeling Iron Crocodile gave off also underwent a tremendous change, his current aura causing even the likes of Thousand Scars and Midsummer to feel suffocated. He's finally getting serious. When Trecht sensed the change in Iron Crocodile's aura, he didn't react in surprise. Instead, he simply revealed a wry smile. He hasn't been serious all this time. Thousand Scars turned to look at Trecht, shocked by the latter's words. She had met with many Tier 5 players before, although they were admittedly much weaker than Iron Crocodile. She found it hard to imagine that Iron Crocodile's performance thus far was him taking it easy. "Of course he hasn't," Trecht said, rolling his eyes at Thousand Scars. "Did you not notice that apart from 9 absolute shadows, he hasn't used any other combat techniques or skills? He's been relying mainly on his basic attributes this entire time." Realization dawned on Thousand Scars when she heard Trecht's words, and she couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, Iron Crocodile hadn't used any other combat techniques apart from 9 absolute shadows this entire time. He hadn't even been using any skills or spells. Yet, even though he was mostly relying on his basic attributes, he still perfectly suppressed Shi Feng. If Iron Crocodile was already capable of this much simply by relying on his basic attributes and one footwork-type combat technique, she couldn't even begin to imagine how strong he would be if he combined offensive silver combat techniques into his every attack. While Thousand Scars was letting her imagination run wild, the previously spectating Tier 5 Grand Wizard and brilliant Cleric Saint suddenly appeared next to Shi Feng. "What are you two doing?" Iron Crocodile looked at his 2 companions in confusion. The 3 of them had previously agreed that he would be the main attacker, while the other 2 would keep watch from beside to prevent Shi Feng from escaping. After all, Shi Feng was a Tier 4 player who had already reached the Tier 4 standard. While it might be easy for them to kill him, it was a different story if they wanted to capture him. They'd have great difficulty capturing him if he focused solely on escaping. "The young master doesn't want to wait any longer and wants us to finish things up quickly," the Cleric Saint calmly answered. "Fine then. If that's what the young master wants," turning to Shi Feng, Iron Crocodile said, "you should feel fortunate, Black Flame. We've never gone to such great lengths even when we captured a Tier 6 expert. To have the three of us come after you together is a great honor. However, you only have your own arrogance to blame for this outcome." When Iron Crocodile finished speaking, the Grand Wizard and brilliant Cleric Saint had also finished chanting their respective incantations. Immediately, over a dozen magic arrays appeared in the air. With this, Black Flame will finally be gone. Thousand Scars inwardly sighed in relief when she saw the three remaining beast warriors taking action together. She had made it her goal to catch up to Black Flame ever since the man became the ancient River Kingdom's first paragon. However, after seeing Black Flame defeat not only Markless Blade, but also living legends like LaRoja and Cross, she couldn't help but feel a sense of hopelessness. After all, with such achievements under his belt, Black Flame's fame was bound to spread across the entire Starlight Realm sooner or later. This realization made her think that she would never be able to catch up to Black Flame's footsteps. But now, so what if Black Flame was an incredible genius? So what if Black Flame was the strongest player in the miniature ancient world? In front of Daira, Black Flame was no different than an ant. Just a few words from Daira were enough to end Black Flame's career in God's domain, and there was nothing Black Flame could do about it. However, despite seeing Iron Crocodile's group of three attacking him seriously, Sherfong reacted surprisingly calmly. "Arrogance? I'm afraid you're still not worthy enough for me to get arrogant." After glancing at the three Tier 5 players around him, Sherfong took out a god crystal he had obtained from the mutated heroic spirit. Then he used it to activate the ancient dragon's power he had received from Dragon Princess Kalisha, selecting the Winter of Eternal Night as the ability's target. This would also be the first time he had used ancient dragon's power after achieving a 120% legendary mana body and becoming a special life form. Sherfong had heard of Daira's name many times during his previous life, as the other party was considerably famous in the Starlight Realm. And although he had never clashed with the Paimon conglomerate before, he had a good understanding of the conglomerate's strength. If they were in the greater God's domain right now, he would have fled without hesitation. However, in the current miniature ancient world, there existed no person or power that could make him feel fear. This was also why he dared to come to this banquet, even though he knew it was a trap. After Sherfong finished speaking, silver flames suddenly rose around the Winter of Eternal Night. Although these flames were small, they radiated a bone-piercing chill that froze the entire room. As for Sherfong himself, he had seemingly undergone a complete transformation. Not only did his body exude soul-shuddering power, but he also radiated mana so powerful that it distorted the surrounding space. Subsequently, Sherfong raised the Winter of Eternal Night and pointed it at Iron Crocodile. "Let's begin the second round, then. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3289. Chapter 363. Legendary Weapons Hidden Effect. Chapter 3289. Chapter 363. Legendary Weapons Hidden Effect. Chapter 363. Legendary Weapons Hidden Effect. Tier 5. He became Tier 5 as well. Sherfang's astonishing transformation caused everyone present to mistakenly assume that he had similarly used some special means to promote himself into a Tier 5 Sword Saint. Or more specifically, aside from Sherfong becoming Tier 5, they couldn't think of any other reason that could allow Sherfong to undergo such a massive transformation. Guild Leader. Wu Xiao and Midsummer grew ecstatic when they saw Sherfang's mana seething. Sherfong might have had a hard time going up against 3 Tier 5 players as a Tier 4 player with Tier 5 standards, but it was a different story now if he had similarly become Tier 5. Now he would have a fighting chance. "So what if you got promoted to Tier 5? Iron Crocodile said. Although he didn't expect Sherfang's sudden transformation, he remained calm even when he realized Sherfong might have gotten promoted to Tier 5. "Do you think you can defend against all 3 of us together?" The Grand Wizard and brilliant cleric Saint nodded in agreement. Sure Feng's strength might have exceeded their expectations, but they still outnumbered him by 3-1. Moreover, they had an MT, a healer, and a DPS on their side. They could tank, heal, and do damage. They could even take down a Tier 5 legendary boss if they wanted to, let alone a Tier 5 player. While Iron Crocodile was buying time for the magic arrays in the air to finish forming, Shifeng suddenly swung the Winter of Eternal Night at the magic arrays. Bang! 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 Immediately, the mana in the several dozen magic arrays froze, leading to the magic arrays crumbling apart one after another. A silencing effect. When Iron Crocodile saw the magic arrays breaking apart, he started eyeing Shifeng with more wariness. The silencing effect was a powerful weapon in God's domain. Not only could it put magical classes into despair, but also physical classes. This was because players subjected to a silencing effect would be prohibited from using skills and spells, putting them at a considerable disadvantage in battle. No, this isn't a silencing effect, the Grand Wizard denied, shaking her head. Then, with a fearful look, she said, "This is mana freezing." Mana freezing? When Iron Crocodile heard the Grand Wizard's statement, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" In God's domain, the silence and mana freezing effects might look similar on the surface, but the two's power was worlds apart. Silence only prevented players from using skills and spells, but mana freezing not only prevented players from using skills and spells normally, but also combat techniques and mana techniques. "I won't be mistaken," the Grand Wizard said definitively. "Mana will stop flowing under the mana freezing effect. If you don't believe me, you can try to manipulate the mana around you." However, before Iron Crocodile could try what the Grand Wizard suggested, Shifeng suddenly appeared before Iron Crocodile and swung the Winter of Eternal Night at him, the slash creating a huge tear in space. Iron Crocodile reacted to the attack extremely quickly, his hand spontaneously lifting his shield to defend himself. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire Thunder restaurant, followed by Iron Crocodile getting sent flying into a wall. Then, before anyone could react to the situation, Iron Crocodile suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" It was a word that shouldn't have emerged from Iron Crocodile's mouth. Yet, not only did it come out of the sacred Sky Knight's mouth, but it had also echoed loudly throughout the room and in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, upon hearing these words, the eyes of the spectators in the room nearly bulged. This must be a lie. Thousand Scars couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at Iron Crocodile, who was embedded in the distant wall, or, more specifically, the bisected shield in Iron Crocodile's left hand. One strike. With just one simple strike that didn't employ any techniques, Shifeng had cut apart Iron Crocodile's epic shield. Not even legendary world bosses of the same level could accomplish such a feat, especially not when the person wielding the epic shield was a Tier 5 Sacred Sky Knight. Even though Shifeng's attack had taken less than 10% of Iron Crocodile's HP, an indescribable sense of fear still assaulted the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, even Daira, who had remained calm and composed all this time, started to waver a little. So this is the case. No wonder LaRoja and Cross lost to him. When Trecht saw the clean cut through Iron Crocodile's bisected shield, bitterness and jealousy instantly colored his face. Only one thing could cut apart an epic shield so cleanly and effortlessly. It was also why Iron Crocodile and the others reacted so fearfully. A legendary weapon. Only weapons at the legendary rank or above could destroy an epic shield in one hit. Every legendary weapon possessed devastating might. With the help of a legendary weapon, even challenging Tier 6 players as a Tier 5 player would be possible, let alone challenging Tier 5 players as a Tier 4 player. It should be known that the gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6 was vastly bigger than between Tier 4 and Tier 5. It was so big that even a piece of legendary equipment couldn't mitigate the difference. Yet, legendary weapons could do so, which was also what made legendary weapons so frightening and precious. Because of how powerful legendary weapons were, it was publicly acknowledged in the greater god's domain that so long as a Tier 4 player wielded a legendary weapon, this player would be nigh invincible even among Tier 5 players. Unless a Tier 5 player was clad in a fragmented legendary equipment set and wielded a fragmented legendary weapon, they couldn't even hold their ground against such a Tier 4 player. So, even though the 3 Beast Warriors still outnumbered Shifeng, it probably wouldn't take Shifeng more than a few attacks to thoroughly destroy all of their weapons and equipment. Croc, we'll leave him to you. After exchanging looks with each other, the Grand Wizard and brilliant Cleric, Saint turned around and ran to Daira in a panic. Different from an amateur like Trecht, they were Tier 6 experts who had worked under the Paimon conglomerate for many years already. So, the information they knew about God's domain far exceeded Trecht's knowledge of the game. If Shifeng merely had the ability to destroy epic weapons and equipment, they wouldn't have feared him at all. At worst, they'd die. As Daira's guards, they had long since grown accustomed to dying. What made them truly afraid weren't the basic attribute bonuses Shifeng received from his legendary weapon. Instead, it was the hidden effect commonly shared by legendary weapons. Soul annihilation. There weren't many things in God's domain that could completely destroy a player's immortal soul. Unfortunately, legendary weapons just so happen to be one of those things. Don't you think it's a little too late to be leaving now? After glancing at the 2 people running to Daira, Shifeng indifferently raised the legendary-ranked Winter of Eternal Night and lightly swung it in Daira's direction. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Suddenly, space in the room stagnated, and everyone found themselves incapable of moving. The only thing they could do was watch as a dark sword light cut across the room, erasing everything in its path. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3290. Chapter 364. Poking a Hole Through the Heavens. Chapter 3290. Chapter 364. Poking a Hole Through the Heavens. Chapter 364. Poking a Hole Through the Heavens Thunder Restaurant. Top floor VIP room. Following the black sword light, a deathly silence enveloped the entire room as everyone stared at the same spot. Lord Daira. 1,000 Scars fell into a daze as she looked at the shattered space and 2 scattered items in the middle of the room, her mind unable to believe what she was seeing was true. Daira, the most favored son of the divine Seal Saint, one of the Paimon conglomerate's 3 overlords, was killed. Crazy. He is absolutely crazy. Meteor shot up from his seat when he saw Daira getting erased from the room. Then he turned to look at the culprit behind Daira's death, his eyes full of fear. However, Meteor's fear didn't result from seeing Shifeng's space-shattering slash, but Daira's death instead. In Meteor's opinion, Shifeng was already plenty crazy for refusing Daira's invitation and attacking Daira's bodyguards. After all, Daira was an existence whom even the guild leaders of the Starlight Realm's upper-ranking hegemonic powers had a headache dealing with. Daira simply wasn't an existence geniuses like them could afford to provoke. Yet, now, Shifeng had made things infinitely worse by killing Daira. The degree of insanity needed to do such a thing was through the heavens. For a time, Meteor couldn't help but wonder if Shifeng even knew fear. At this moment, Meteor, an internal genius of the Paimon conglomerate, wasn't the only one horrified by this situation. Everyone who had come to attend Daira's banquet was equally petrified. It's over. Things are truly over now. Flanders, the Tower Alliance's vice guild leader, revealed a wry smile when he saw that Daira was no more. If Shifeng's previous act of defying Daira was considered only a minor transgression that could be remedied, so long as Shifeng paid the appropriate price, then what Shifeng just did was no different than poking a hole through the heavens. Now, not just Shifeng, but even Zero Wing and all powers affiliated with Zero Wing were going to suffer. Everybody knew how much the Divine Seal Saint loved his youngest son. Simply because an upper-ranking hegemonic power had treated Daira poorly, the Divine Seal Saint had led his Divine Seal Legion to erase the upper-ranking hegemonic power's existence, shocking the entire Starlight Realm. What Shurfeng just did was infinitely worse than what the upper-ranking hegemonic power did. So it didn't take a genius to figure out how the Divine Seal Saint would react. "Kid, do you know what you just did?" Iron Crocodile bellowed at Shurfeng, his expression looking a little crazed when he saw Daira getting killed. "Young Master Daira is the Divine Seal Saint's favorite son. Yet, not only did you dare to kill him, but you even did so with a legendary weapon. Do you have any idea what consequences your actions will bring?" As Daira's bodyguard, Iron Crocodile knew better than anyone else present just what kind of personality the Divine Seal Saint possessed. It was also why he was the most horrified by Shurfeng's actions out of everyone present. It should be known that Shurfeng didn't just kill Daira. Instead, he had killed Daira using a legendary weapon. All legendary weapons came with the soul annihilation effect, which Tier 4 immortal souls had little resistance to. Even in the best-case scenario, Daira would sustain heavy damage to his soul after getting killed by Shurfeng. However, it was also entirely possible his soul would get destroyed completely. If a player had their soul annihilated, it would be incredibly difficult for them to enter God's domain again. In the greater world, being unable to enter God's domain was no different than being a cripple. A person unable to enter God's domain would be incapable of achieving a higher order of life and gaining a longer lifespan. This would not change even if this person had full access to the massive resources of a conglomerate. Meanwhile, Iron Crocodile's words caused everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Everyone could clearly feel Iron Crocodile's fear and madness, so they understood that Shurfeng had truly gotten himself into big trouble this time. After this incident, nobody could save Shurfeng anymore. In fact, many people might have gotten implicated because of him. "Trecht, how about we take action together?" After taking a deep breath, Meteor drew his long sword and turned to look at Trecht. "Iron Crocodile's fear isn't an act. We have most likely been dragged into a huge problem, and our only hope of surviving this ordeal is to capture Black Flame." They had watched Daira getting killed before their very eyes. With the Divine Seal Saint's temper, he was almost certain to deal with them together with Black Flame. If they wanted to avoid the Divine Seal Saint's wrath, their only option was to capture Black Flame and hand him over to the Divine Seal Saint. "I want to, but looking at the winter of eternal night in Shurfeng's hand," Trecht shrugged and said, "even if all of us here work together, we still won't be his match. I'm sure Iron Crocodile is also aware of this." Trecht naturally understood Meteor's concerns. However, compared to Meteor, Utrecht had a better understanding of what it meant to own a legendary weapon in the miniature ancient world. Even Tier 5 players like Iron Crocodile would have difficulty holding Shurfeng back, let alone Tier 4 players like themselves. Upon hearing Trecht's words, the various hegemonic powers executives, who had been thinking of attacking Shurfeng together, promptly snapped out of their dazes and looked at Shurfeng's winter of eternal night fearfully. They had been so horrified by Shurfeng's act of killing Daira that they had nearly forgotten Shurfeng wielded a legendary weapon. With a legendary weapon in hand, even if Shurfeng wasn't a Tier 5 player, he was still superior to Tier 5 players. Apart from the 3 Beast Warriors, everyone else in this room was unlikely to last more than one hit against Shurfeng. It was also because of this that Iron Crocodile and the other Beast Warriors did not take action against Shurfeng, choosing to only glare at him angrily. Otherwise, with how crazed the 3 of them were right now, they would have long since ripped Shurfeng into shreds. In the meantime, Shurfeng behaved as if he didn't hear Iron Crocodile's angry bellowing as he slowly walked up to the shattered space. Then, under everyone's gaze, he collected the 2 items Daira dropped and put them into his bag. How dare he? Thousand Scars gaped in shock at this scene. To not only kill Daira, but also take the items he dropped? Thousand Scars couldn't even imagine how much courage Shurfeng possessed to do such a thing. Was Shurfeng trying to see how much he could provoke the Paimon conglomerate? This scene similarly stupefied everyone else in the room. Yet there was nothing they could do but watch as Shifeng did this. Or, more specifically, they wouldn't accomplish anything even if they tried to stop him. If they took action against Shifeng, they would simply be met with the same fate as Daira. At this point, even if most of the people present didn't know about the hidden effects of legendary weapons, they still knew that Shifeng's previous attack was already capable of heavily damaging Tyr for immortal souls. Meanwhile, if a player's soul was heavily damaged, they would be prohibited from logging into the game anywhere from a few days to half a month. Moreover, they would be put in a weakened state even after they could log back into the game again. The world passage was set to open soon. If they suddenly lost the ability to log into God's domain for half a month, they might as well kiss the world passage's opening benefits goodbye. Meanwhile, after collecting the 2 dropped items, Shifeng turned around to look at Midsummer, Wu Xiaoxiao, and Jun Luosha, saying, "Let's go." The 3 girls remained in a daze even until now, so they only instinctively nodded to Shifeng's words before following Shifeng out of the room. When Shifeng's group of 4 walked out of the room, whether it was the people in the room or the Shadow Guard Legion members outside the room, they all did nothing but watch as the 4 left the Thunder restaurant. From beginning to end, nobody dared to attack Shifeng's group. "What should we do now, Croc?" the Tier 5 Grand Wizard asked Iron Crocodile after seeing Shifeng leaving. "What else can we do?" With a gloomy expression, Iron Crocodile said, "All we can do now is check on the young master's situation and wait for Lord Divine Seal's arrangement." The Grand Wizard and brilliant Cleric Saint involuntarily shuddered when they heard the mention of the Divine Seal Saint. Meanwhile, shortly after Shifeng's group left the Thunder restaurant, news of Shifeng killing Daira quickly spread across the entire miniature ancient world, greatly shocking the various powers. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3291, Chapter 365, Miniature Ancient World Shaken. Chapter 3291, Chapter 365, Miniature Ancient World Shaken. Chapter 365, Miniature Ancient World Shaken. Thunder Fortress, Wind Bell Hotel. The Wind Bell Hotel was one of the few advanced hotels in the Thunder Fortress. Even though the hotel charged an exorbitant accommodation fee of 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal per day for its cheapest room, its rooms were still highly coveted by the various hegemonic powers. This was because it could not only allow players to recover from the corrosion of hostile energies, but it could also temporarily improve players' physique. More specifically, players could gain a 5% increase in their physique for up to 48 hours if they rested in the hotel for 8 hours. Currently, though, the Wind Bell Hotel was surrounded by over 100 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, when the various hegemonic powers Tier 4 titled experts saw these players' guild emblem, none dared to force their way into the hotel. Instead, they chose to look for other hotels to stay at. Lord St. Nine, I really have to thank you for your reminder on the flying ship. Otherwise, I would have most certainly died a tragic death, Calgren said, shuddering a little when he recalled the news his subordinates had just sent him. I can't believe Black Flame would dare to kill even that Daira. He truly is insane. Any executive member of the Starlight Realm's various hegemonic powers and corporations would know about Daira. He was in existence, even the helmsmen of corporations greatly feared. Yet now Black Flame had slain Daira. Once this news spread across the Starlight Realm, it would definitely shake the entire realm. St. Nine, who currently sat cross-legged in the middle of the lounge, also couldn't help but be taken aback when he finished reading the message Calgren shared with him. Although I've long guessed that Black Flame isn't some small-time character, I didn't think he had kept so much hidden. A legendary weapon. With this thing in hand, I doubt anybody in the miniature ancient world can survive more than one attack from him. Meanwhile, in another advanced hotel in the Thunder Fortress, Daira died. Franz fell into a daze when he read the message he had just received. Is Black Flame insane? Even the Starlight Realm's various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would have to treat Daira like he was their ancestor. After all, even disrespecting Daira was enough to lead to the elimination of their entire organization from God's domain, let alone harming Daira. As for the act of killing Daira, this was something nobody in the Starlight Realm dared to think about. It seems an unprecedented storm is going to sweep across this miniature world soon, Favre said, sighing when she finished reading the report. All of a sudden, she wasn't sure whether her niece Maria had a good eye for people or not anymore. Not only did Black Flame become the ancient River Kingdom's first paragon, but he even possessed a legendary weapon. With such strength, Black Flame would be invincible in the miniature ancient world. Originally, Black Flame could have accomplished great things in the miniature ancient world. Under his lead, Zero Wing could also develop its abyssal star primordial city into the miniature ancient world's #1 city. Zero Wing might even be able to secure itself a position in the Thunder Fortress, gaining hold of a portion of the wealth that would eventually come through the World Passage. Now, though, all that had become nothing more than a dream. Even the miniature ancient world in its entirety was incapable of withstanding the divine Seal Saint's wrath, let alone an individual like Black Flame. Meanwhile, after the miniature ancient world's various powers received news of Daira's death, apart from feeling shocked, they also felt delighted. I have to admit that Black Flame is indeed strong. If he can kill even Daira, he is undoubtedly the strongest player in the current miniature ancient world. Originally, I thought Zero Wing would make a comeback in the World Passages opening this time. Now, though, Zero Wing is finished. The moment the World Passage opens will also be the moment of Black Flame's and Zero Wing's elimination. There was only a limited amount of reward points to go around during the World Passage's opening. Originally, Zero Wing could have relied on Black Flame's fame and strength to secure a share of the World Passage's opening benefits. So, Black Flame's and Zero Wing's elimination would naturally be good news for the various powers. Brother Black Flame, now that you've killed Daira, the Divine Seal Saint definitely won't rest until you're gone, Midsummer worriedly said as she looked at Sherfong. The Paimon conglomerate might not have much strength in the current miniature ancient world, but once the World Passage opens, this world will no longer be safe before access to a god's domain or miniature world became open. It would be subjected to the main god system's protection. Under the system's protection, even apex powers would have difficulty laying their hands on it. However, it was a different story once a god's domains or miniature world's World Passage opened. While foreign players entering through the World Passage would be subjected to the suppression of the world's power, it still wasn't a difficult task for a conglomerate to destroy an entire god's domain, let alone a miniature world. June Luosha also nodded in agreement with Midsummer's words. She felt that Sherfong was truly crazy. She had even started to regret accepting Wu Xiaoxiao's invitation. This is indeed going to be a problem. Sherfong did not refute Midsummer's concerns. Instead, he calmly said, "But so long as we are talking about this miniature world, even after the World Passage opens, the Paimon conglomerate won't have an easy time targeting me or Zero Wing." The World Passage wouldn't become fully opened all at once. Instead, it was a gradual process. In a certain sense, it could be considered a protection mechanism for the affected world's players, giving them time to adapt to the greater god's domain. Although the opening of the miniature ancient world's World Passage would immediately allow players from other worlds to enter, only Tier 4 players could enter the miniature ancient world at the beginning. Only after some time had passed would Tier 5 and Tier 6 players be allowed to enter directly. Hence, so long as Sherfong had enough god crystals to temporarily upgrade the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank, he had no reason to fear Tier 4 players. Any number of Tier 4 players the Paimon conglomerate sent at him would merely be cannon fodder. This was also why he dared to kill Daira. However, a larger part of why Shifeng had chosen to kill Daira was because of his contract with the Dragon Princess. So long as he could collect 300 god crystals to help the Dragon Princess recover her strength, he would not have to fear any power in the miniature ancient world. After all, the Dragon Princess's strength was no joke. After Shifeng finished speaking, the group of 4 also arrived at Zero Wing's gathering point in the Thunder Fortress, the Blood Rabbit Hotel. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3292. Chapter 366. Astonishing Zero Wing. Chapter 3292. Chapter 366. Astonishing Zero Wing. Chapter 366. Astonishing Zero Wing Thunder Fortress. Blood Rabbit Hotel. The Blood Rabbit Hotel was a basic hotel located on the edge of the Thunder Fortress. Its location in the Thunder Fortress was far from ideal. Not only was it far from the port, but it was also a considerable distance from the Adventurers Association. As a result, not even independent players would choose to rest here. The Blood Rabbit Hotel's only advantages over other hotels were its price and size. It only cost 5 magic crystals a day to rent a room in the hotel. The hotel was also on the larger side of basic hotels, with well over 1,000 rooms. Currently, many players were crowded outside the 6-story tall Blood Rabbit Hotel. Every one of these players wore 6-winged emblems on their chests. Although over 90% of these players were Tier 3 players, the number of Tier 4 players among them was no fewer than the Tier 4 players the various hegemonic powers possessed. When Shifeng's group of 4 stepped into the Blood Rabbit Hotel's lobby, even Shifeng, who had not returned to the miniature ancient world for some time, couldn't help but be surprised by what he saw. At this time, Su Qianlu and the other executives of Zero Wing were already gathered in the lobby. However, compared to before Shifeng left the miniature ancient world, Zero Wing now had many more executive members. Moreover, apart from Su Qianlu, Fire Cloud, Happy Snow, and Rampant Blade, everyone else had also reached Tier 4. Among the new executives were Mysterious Moon's Zhui Yalin, Lin Yaoyu, and Crimson Seal. There were also the Star Alliance's Galaxy Past and the Purple Light trading firms Echoing Judgment, Wordless Ember, and Slumbering Quicksand. When Shifeng was away from the miniature ancient world, Mysterious Moon, the Star Alliance, and the Purple Light trading firm had all chosen to merge into Zero Wing. Meanwhile, because of the 2 first-rate guilds and the Purple Light trading firm's mix, Zero Wing became the 7th great power among the miniature ancient world's various native powers. Incredible. So this is Zero Wing? Midsummer was taken aback when she saw Zero Wing's executives, particularly Echoing Judgment, Wordless Ember, Slumbering Quicksand, Galaxy Past, Crimson Seal, and Su Qianlu. She could feel significant pressure coming from these 6 people. Although she had more or less learned about Zero Wing through Shifeng and Wu Xiaoxiao, she didn't think Zero Wing would be strong to such an extent. The control these 6 people had over mana was simply unbelievable. Even though none of these 6 people had entered the 100 Refinement Building, they had already developed their mana bodies to a 120% completion rate. Moreover, she could feel the presence of titled experts coming from Wordless Ember and Slumbering Quicksand. It should be known that they were currently in an isolated miniature world. Without the assistance of the greater gods' domain's resources and environment, even paragons like Saint Nine would be fortunate to reach the 4th floor standard. Normally, even 3rd floor experts were incredibly rare in isolated gods' domains and miniature worlds. Moreover, most of these 3rd floor experts would be Tier 6 players in their respective worlds. Meanwhile, after entering the greater gods' domain, these 3rd floor experts would quickly grow to the 4th floor standard, with some even becoming titled experts. Although many of the Starlight Realm's hegemonic powers had invested in the miniature ancient world, the assistance these powers could provide to the miniature ancient world's natives was extremely limited. It was nowhere near the assistance players could obtain in the greater God's domain. If Su Qianlu and the others were to enter the greater God's domain, their future would be limitless, as expected of the guild chosen by Vice President Xia. With Zero Wing's current strength, it can already compete with the various hegemonic powers. Jun Luosha and Wu Xiaoxiao were similarly surprised when they saw Su Qianlu and the others. Unlike Midsummer, Jun Luosha and Wu Xiaoxiao were native to the miniature ancient world. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had watched Zero Wing grow from nothing to its current state in the miniature ancient world. However, compared to the information they learned through the Green God Corporation's reports, the current strength of Zero Wing's executives was like night and day. The rumors about Zero Wing having only Black Flame to support it couldn't be any further from the truth. At the very least, when it came to fourth floor experts, the number Zero Wing had was hardly any inferior to the number the various hegemonic powers had committed to the miniature ancient world. Out of Shi Feng's group of 4, only Shi Feng knew that it was normal for Su Qianlu and the others to have their current strength. After all, mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain, and the Tower of Transcendence one improved all aspects of mana. Hence, training in the Tower of Transcendence yielded extraordinary results. On top of that, Su Qianlu and the others also had the assistance of the Holy Annihilation Mana Technique and the Hypersensitivity Potion. These were all resources that even the greater God's domain's various hegemonic powers did not possess. What do you think, guild leader? Su Qianlu asked when she saw Shi Feng walking over, a hint of pride in her voice. Zero Wing is very strong now, right? Even without including the Azura Mercenary Alliance's Tier 4 experts. Zero Wing already had 155 Tier 4 experts. This was more than what most hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world possessed. If they factored in the use of magic tactical vehicles, Zero Wing could have even more Tier 4 combatants. In a frontal confrontation, Su Qianlu could confidently say that Zero Wing would not lose to any hegemonic power in the miniature ancient world. Though, after boasting Zero Wing's achievements to Shi Feng, Su Qianlu couldn't help but look at Wu Xiaoxiao and Jun Luosha in surprise. Or, more specifically, she was taken aback by the Zero Wing emblem they wore. She didn't think that Jinhai City's famous genius, Wu Xiaoxiao, would actually join Zero Wing, much less Jun Luosha, the Green God Corporation's #1 genius. This was definitely big news. After all, Jun Luosha was highly coveted by even the various hegemonic powers. The guild has indeed grown a lot stronger while I was away, Shi Feng said, nodding. The current Zero Wing might not be a match for the greater God's domain's various hegemonic powers, but it was undoubtedly stronger than the detached forces the various hegemonic powers had sent to the miniature ancient world. We've already heard about the matter regarding Daira, guild leader, Su Qianlu said. We'll definitely have to teach the Paimon conglomerate a good lesson once the world passage opens. Commander Laura has also said that her party will come to our aid as soon as possible. We'll make sure the Paimon conglomerate's entry into the world passage will be a one-way trip. Other powers might be able to tolerate their guild leaders signing a slave contract, but that was not something Zero Wing could tolerate. Had she been at the banquet, she would have definitely taught Daira a lesson without hesitation. If Commander Laura's party can come, that is indeed good news. Shi Feng was surprised. Laura Crater and her companions were very mysterious in their actions. Ever since they arrived in the miniature ancient world, they would hardly ever show themselves. Yet, every member of their party was incredibly strong, much stronger than even the likes of Wordless Ember and Slumbering Quicksand. But even with their help, we still need a little something else to go up against the Paimon conglomerate. Have you prepared the materials I asked you to gather? After returning to the miniature ancient world, Shi Feng immediately contacted Su Qianlu and asked her to prepare the materials needed for the primordial divine dragon summoning. Although these materials were scarce in the miniature ancient world, preparing 1 or 2 sets should still be possible. And because the primordial divine dragon summoning magic array scrolls had a 100% production success rate, every set of material collected would equal one complete set of magic array scrolls. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 primordial divine dragon's phantom was a weapon of mass destruction. It could be used to great effect even in a war between kingdoms in the greater god's domain, let alone the miniature ancient world. I didn't have much preparation time, and you asked for a large variety of epic materials, so I only managed to collect 4 sets thus far. I'm going to need more time if you want more sets, Su Qianlu said in embarrassment as she took out a bag full of materials. 4 sets. Shifeng couldn't help but laugh. With this many, we can definitely make the Paimon conglomerate suffer. Meanwhile, after Shifeng was done allocating responsibilities in Zero Wing, he left for a room in the Blood Rabbit Hotel to start producing the scrolls for the primordial divine dragon summoning. Are these the items Daira dropped? Just as Shifeng was about to retrieve the material bag, he paused when he noticed 2 foreign items in his spatial bag. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3293. Chapter 367. Unbelievable Fortune. Chapter 3293. Chapter 367. Unbelievable Fortune. Chapter 367. Unbelievable Fortune. Shifeng was at a loss for words as he looked at the 2 items in his hands. As expected of the Divine Seal Saint's favorite son, this degree of wealth is enough to put even upper-ranking hegemonic powers to shame. Out of the 2 items Daira dropped, one of them was a pouch with ancient runes covering it. When Shifeng saw this pouch, mixed feelings filled his heart. An inferior legendary spatial bag. Indeed, one of the 2 dropped items was an inferior legendary spatial bag, something Shifeng had never owned, even in his previous life. In the greater god's domain, epic spatial bags were more or less regarded as the highest-ranked spatial bag players could get their hands on. Meanwhile, the value of epic spatial bags could rival fragmented legendary items. Epic spatial bags were highly valuable because they could store non-bag space items like 7 luminaries crystals. So long as players had an epic spatial bag, they could carry these non-bag space items through teleportation arrays, drastically improving the efficiency of transporting these items. Even so, epic spatial bags had limited storage space. Generally, an epic spatial bag could only hold up to 100 non-bag space items. If all the space was used to store 7 luminaries crystals, an epic spatial bag could carry 1 million units. Because of this, players couldn't transport a large amount of non-bag space items like merchant caravans simply by relying on one, or even several epic spatial bags. However, it was a different story for inferior legendary spatial bags. The capacity of one was on par with a medium-sized guild warehouse. In other words, it could store up to 1,000 non-bag space items or 10 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. One inferior legendary spatial bag could already rival the cargo load of a small merchant caravan in the greater god's domain. Because of this, inferior legendary spatial bags were astronomical in value. It was even more valuable than legendary weapons. At the same time, inferior legendary spatial bags were incredibly rare, and there did not exist more than 20 of them in the entire Starlight Realm. Moreover, this was after many years of accumulation in the Starlight Realm. So, for Daira to have one showed just how much the Divine Seal Saint loved his youngest son. However, compared to the inferior legendary spatial bag, the bag's contents were even more shocking. 7 luminaries crystals. A huge amount of 7 luminaries crystals. More specifically, 31 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would drool over such an amount. This amount was probably already enough to match an ordinary hegemonic power's entire stockpile. After all, many situations in the greater god's domain required the use of 7 luminaries crystal. Aside from letting Tier 5 players get promoted to Tier 6, 7 Luminaries crystals were also needed to help Tier 6 players recover after death. So, it wasn't easy to accumulate 7 Luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, aside from 7 Luminaries crystals, the spatial bag also contained 29 god crystals and 5 bronze warships. This was wealth that the miniature ancient world's hegemonic powers could only dream of owning. It seems Daira has exploited the various hegemonic powers quite a lot, Sherfong thought as he looked at all the 7 Luminaries crystals and god crystals in the inferior legendary spatial bag. There is no way this astonishing wealth came from the Divine Seal Saint. After all, even the Divine Seal Saint would have difficulty taking out such wealth. So, Daira must have acquired this wealth by exploiting the miniature ancient world's various hegemonic powers. Now, though, Daira's exploitation was going to benefit Sherfong. Afterward, Sherfong turned his gaze to the other item Daira dropped. It was a ring, a very extraordinary ring. Sacred Phantom Ring, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement. Tier 4 all attributes, increases according to the user's level, when equipped. Increases all attributes by 40%. Increases reaction speed and attack speed by 100%. Weakens all attacks at Tier 5 and below by 70%. Ignore levels plus 20. Increases movement speed by 50%. Additional passive skill, Phantom Obstruction. Hides the wearer's information, preventing others from inspecting it. Additional active skill 1, True Phantom. Disguises all of the wearer's information. Duration, unlimited cooldown. 1 hour additional active skill 2, Phantom Substitute. Take on a true death on the wearer's behalf. Cooldown. 1 natural day. The Sacred Phantom Ring will be dropped after taking on a true death on the wearer's behalf. When you're just trying to make great content at me, the Sacred Phantom Ring is the accumulation of the entire ancient elven race's strength. It is rumored that the ring can help its wearer escape all forms of death and acquire eternal energy. The Sacred Phantom Ring was broken during the ancient Holy War, but it can automatically repair itself with 4 ancient magic elven stones. The Divine Seal Saint really does love his youngest son. If this thing is fully repaired, it might even become a divine artifact. Sherfong was greatly astonished by the Sacred Phantom Ring's abilities, particularly the Phantom Substitute skill. The ability to avoid true death was something countless players in the Greater Gods domain dreamed of obtaining. Even Tier 6 players were not an exception. Items that let players avoid true death were so rare that not even the executives of Apex Powers would necessarily have one. In God's domain, true death for players meant having their immortal souls destroyed completely. Meanwhile, the consequence of such a situation wouldn't be limited to account deletion. Instead, players who had their immortal souls destroyed would lose the right to enter God's domain for the rest of their lives. Many Tier 6 powerhouses wouldn't hesitate to trade a legendary weapon for the ability to escape true death even once. Not to mention, so long as players had a way of recovering the Sacred Phantom Ring, it was technically possible to avoid true death once every day. Looking at the Sacred Phantom Ring's effects, Sherfong found it hard to believe that it was only rated as a fragmented legendary item rather than a legendary item. After all, apart from letting its wearer avoid true death, the ring could also hide and disguise its wearer's information. While these 2 abilities might not be useful to Daira, since nobody would dare to harm him under normal circumstances, these abilities were incredibly useful for people trying to evade detection or escape from pursuers. If the Sacred Phantom Ring got repaired, Sherfong couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful its life-saving capabilities would become. If the ring turned out to be a divine artifact, it might truly be able to let its wearer escape all forms of death and become an unkillable existence. If that were the case, even the various Apex Powers would have to fear such an existence. It seems killing Daira wasn't entirely a bad choice, Sherfong thought as he put on the Sacred Phantom Ring, causing his basic attributes to increase significantly. At this point, he could even rival Iron Crocodile, a level 136, Tier 5 sacred sky night. Subsequently, Sherfong turned his gaze to a tattered tablet in his spatial bag, a flash of excitement appearing in his eyes. Now that I have 34 god crystals, I can use some to repair the Abyss Workshop certification. The Abyss Workshop certification. Even while damaged, the Abyss Workshop certification was already of great help to him, allowing him to recruit geniuses from the stratified abyssal realm and travel between worlds easily. If the Abyss Workshop certification's effects could be further improved, it would undoubtedly be of even greater help to him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3294. Chapter 368. Repaired Abyss Workshop Certification. Chapter 3294. Chapter 368. Repaired Abyss Workshop Certification. Chapter 368. Repaired Abyss Workshop Certification. After deciding to repair the Abyss Workshop Certification, Sherfong began taking out sparkling, fist-sized crystals from his bag one after another. The power of Tier 6 gods was condensed in these crystals, and Sherfong merged 10 of these god crystals into the damaged stone slab on the floor. As soon as Sherfong merged the 10th god crystal with the stone slab, the latter seemingly came to life. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a beating heart continuously echoed throughout the room. At the same time, divine runes started to appear on the damaged stone slab and drain the room of all its mana. At some point, the room even began to shake and tremble, looking like it could crumble apart at any moment. Thankfully, the barrier in this room can stop up to Tier 5 attacks. Otherwise, these fluctuations will most certainly attract a lot of attention. Sherfong sighed in relief when he saw the room and its defensive barrier staying in one piece. Every legendary item had heaven-defying effects, so the recovery of any legendary item would cause a huge commotion. Oftentimes, the commotion caused would alert others nearby of a legendary item's presence. Meanwhile, if players with special identification skills took notice of the commotion, they could inspect the legendary item even without the owner's consent. Sherfong wouldn't have minded others finding out if he was only repairing an ordinary legendary item. However, it was a different story for the Abyss Workshop certification. The Abyss Workshop certification was an ancient god's possession. Ancient gods were the strongest known existences in the greater god's domain. They were the goals of many gods and Tier 6 players. However, ancient gods had long since secluded themselves from the greater god's domain, so even finding a clue pertaining to ancient gods was exceedingly difficult, let alone a possession directly related to an ancient god. Moreover, the Abyss Workshop certification had a very special function. It could be used to teleport players directly to the Abyss Workshop, one of the greater god's domain's 3 great workshops. This was a place all players and powers sought to visit. It was rumored that the 3 great workshops held the most advanced technologies available in the greater god's domain, and even the likes of epic combat puppets could be purchased from the 3 great workshops. Epic combat puppets. It should be known that every epic combat puppet had the strength to rival Tier 6 gods. In other words, even if a player was only at Tier 1, so long as they could control an epic combat puppet, they would be stronger than a large majority of the Tier 6 players that existed in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, epic combat puppets were but the most basic technology available in the 3 great workshops. According to a legend, a player had managed to create an empire that spanned multiple gods' domains because of an item they bought from a great workshop. At the time, said player dared challenge even the greater god's domain's apex powers. It was just that the player had failed miserably in their attempt at invading the 12 sanctuaries and thus vanished from the greater god's domain's history. Because of this legend, all players and powers in the greater god's domain sought to enter the 3 great workshops. Unfortunately, the 3 great workshops were incredibly mysterious. Their entrances would also randomly appear, and finding them was a task so challenging that even apex powers could do nothing but scratch their heads in frustration. So, If news spread that there was an item capable of letting players teleport to the Abyss Workshop, all players and powers in the Greater God's domain would definitely try to obtain it, even if it meant destroying the entire miniature ancient world. Of course, even if the average player managed to enter one of the 3 great workshops, they couldn't do anything unless they had the necessary currencies to do business there. Currently, although Shifeng could already travel to the Abyss Workshop, without the Abyss Workshop's currency, he would only be wasting his time and the Abyss Workshop certification's skill cooldown. However, this naturally wasn't a problem for the Greater God's domain's various apex powers and conglomerates. They had long accumulated a significant sum of the 3 great workshops' currencies over the many years they had existed. They were only missing a method to enter the 3 great workshops. While Shifeng was lost in his thoughts, the Abyss Workshop certification was completely repaired, and a stone slab covered in divine runes presented itself to Shifeng. The divine might the stone slab radiated was so powerful that even Tier 4 players would have great difficulty getting close to it, let alone handling it. Abyss Workshop certification legendary rank item, a certification of glory in the past. It can be used to teleport to the Abyss Workshop. Cannot be traded. There is a 1% drop rate on death. When you're just trying to make great content at me, automatically disappears if stored in a warehouse for more than 90 natural days. Additional skill 1, Abyss Teleportation. Teleport to the Abyss Workshop from any location. Each teleportation will cost 100 dark crystals. Cooldown 10 natural days. Additional skill 2, World-Breaking Teleportation. Forcibly opens a world-breaking gate at a pre-designated location. Up to 9 locations can be saved. Each gate can only transfer up to 20 people. Each gate activation costs 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals. Cooldown 12 hours, as expected of an ancient god's possession. These effects are even more absurd than that sacred phantom ring, Shifeng inwardly exclaimed when he finished reading the Abyss Workshop certification's updated information. The Abyss Workshop certification was already plenty incredible previously. After all, the world-breaking teleportation skill alone was enough to stir the desires of the Greater God's domain's various powers, let alone the ability to teleport directly to the Abyss Workshop. Now, the Abyss Workshop certification had become even more astonishing, allowing him to save up to 9 locations with the world-breaking teleportation skill instead of just 3 locations. This meant that he could teleport between 9 worlds. This was an unbelievable ability for players and powers seeking to develop across multiple worlds. Moreover, the 9 locations didn't necessarily have to be in the same realm. In other words, it was possible to achieve cross-realm teleportation with the Abyss Workshop certification. It should be known that teleportation between realms was an exorbitant expense even to Tier 6 players. The average Tier 5 player couldn't even afford such an expense and could only choose the more time-consuming option of traveling with cross-realm merchant caravans. Yet now he only needed to spend 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to teleport up to 20 players between worlds or realms. If all 20 slots were filled, the teleportation fee for each person would only be 50 units of 7 luminaries crystal. That was a ridiculously low price to pay. Most importantly, the cooldown for world-breaking teleportation had been reduced from 10 days to just 12 hours. This reduction made it possible to normalize teleportation between worlds or realms. He would no longer have to carefully weigh the use of each teleportation. It seems I won't have to miss the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition now, Shifeng thought. The Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition was related to one of the 6 great divine sets. Unless absolutely necessary, Shifeng did not wish to give up on the invitational competition. Previously, if Shifeng wanted to leave the miniature ancient world and make it in time for the competition, his only option was to wait for the world passage to open and leave through there. However, trying to leave through the world passage would be no different than suicide, since the Paimon conglomerate would definitely be waiting for him on the other side. Meanwhile, when he returned to the miniature ancient world, the preliminaries for the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition had already begun. So, it shouldn't be more than a week before the preliminaries were over and the main event began. Yet, the previous world-breaking teleportation had a 10-day cooldown. By the time the skill's cooldown was done, it would already be too late for him to participate in the competition. Now, though, he no longer had to worry about missing the competition. Greater God's Domain, Starlight Realm. On a flying ship traveling across a vast galaxy, a level 205, Tier 6 assassin clad in an 8-piece fragmented legendary equipment set approached a blue-robed young man. Lord Divine Seal, a report just came in stating that young Master Dyra nearly died a true death in a miniature world, the Tier 6 assassin anxiously said. Upon hearing the assassin's words, the blue-robed youth asked in a cold voice, "Who did it?" Black Flame. The culprit is a swordsman named Black Flame. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3295. Chapter 369. Laura Crater arrives. Chapter 3295. Chapter 369. Laura Crater arrives. Chapter 369. Laura Crater arrives. Thunder Fortress. Red Moon Harbor. One after another, ships continued to pour into the Thunder Fortress from the Sea of Dark Thunder. Apart from advanced ships, there were many bronze speedboats and even warships among these ships, their numbers far greater than the ships that had entered the Thunder Fortress the past few days. This scene shocked the players who had only recently arrived at the Thunder Fortress. However, their shock wasn't solely due to the great number of ships. Instead, it was also because of the strength of the players alighting from these ships. The majority of these new arrivals were independent players. These independent players arrived in teams, and there would be at least 2 or 3 Tier 4 players in every 20-man team. In addition, every one of these independent players was at level 134 and above and was fully clad in epic weapons and equipment. The equipment standard of these independent teams was already comparable to the various powers' main forces. Sure enough, those guys came running here as well. A tall, middle-aged man who had just alighted from a bronze speedboat said, a wry smile appearing on his face when he saw the several dozen attention-grabbing teams at the harbor. At the same time as this middle-aged man stepped onto the harbor, the other independent teams at the harbor also turned their attention to him. The reason all these independent teams paid attention to the middle-aged man wasn't just because he was a level 135 Tier 4 Shield Warrior or the 20-man team he led was fully composed of Tier 4 players. More than that, it was because of the adventure team the middle-aged man represented. 5 Dragons Fong. Apart from guilds, adventure teams were also a formidable force in the Greater God's Domain. In fact, over 60% of the Greater God's Domains, the trade and transportation industries, were under the various adventurer teams' control. Meanwhile, out of the many adventurer teams in the Greater God's Domain, 5 Dragons Fong was a considerably famous top adventure team in the Starlight Realm, ranking among the top 100 of the Starlight Realm's adventurer teams. Although 5 Dragons Fong had fewer than 100,000 members, which was nothing compared to hegemonic powers with tens or hundreds of millions of members, its overall strength and influence were enough to deter the various hegemonic powers from provoking it. It can't be helped, Commander. Any adventure team worth their salt will know that it's impossible to continue staying in the miniature ancient world. Now, all we can do is earn some contribution points from the Adventurers Association before packing up and leaving, a level 136 Tier 4 female oracle said, sighing. Originally, the various adventure teams were supposed to enter the World Passage on the second day after its opening to sweep the leftover void monsters that various hegemonic powers couldn't be bothered to take care of. After all, although the World Passage's opening rewards were tempting, most of the adventure teams currently operating in the miniature ancient world had come here to do trade and sell transportation services. Firstly, plenty of precious resources were available in the miniature ancient world. While the various hegemonic powers would take control of most of these resources, a significant sum would still be available on the open market. If the various adventure teams resold these leftover resources in the greater God's domain, a significant profit could still be made. Not to mention, they could also resell resources exclusive to the greater God's domain in the miniature ancient world, making an equally large profit. Secondly, even after an isolated world's world passage opened, traveling between said world and the greater God's domain wouldn't be easy. Even the various hegemonic powers' elite teams could face annihilation if they weren't careful. Moreover, the danger in a world passage wasn't constant. Instead, it would change depending on the world passage's activation degree and the standard of the world it was connected to. Because of this, many players lacking strength might never be able to travel between worlds unless they received outside help. And this was where the various adventure teams came in. Unfortunately, now that Sherfong had gone and killed Daira, the miniature ancient world had become an incredibly dangerous place, and any adventure team worth its salt would know not to stay in this world for even a second longer. Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded. The Divine Seal Saint has gone crazy after learning about Daira's death, so much so that he has mobilized the Commander Windseal to block off the entire world passage. From what I heard, the Divine Seal Saint is planning to eliminate Black Flame and everyone related to him. The Divine Seal Saint had four mighty experts working under him, also known as the Four Seals. Not only did the Four Seals receive the Divine Seal legacy, but each of them also led a team of 100 Tier 6 experts, and just one of these teams was enough to obliterate an ordinary hegemonic power. Although the Divine Seal Saint was only targeting Black Flame and those related to him, who could say for certain others wouldn't be implicated? If any unlucky team or player got falsely accused of having ties to Black Flame, that would be the end of their careers in God's domain and their lives in the real world. Because of this, neither adventurer teams nor powers that had entered the miniature ancient world dared to continue staying in this world. While the people in the Thunder Fortress were in an uproar, the Blood Rabbit Hotel welcomed a group of guests. Although this group consisted of only 6 players, the sight of these 6 caused everyone in the hotel's lobby to gasp. Not only were all 6 of these players at level 140, but every one of them had upwards of 3 fragmented legendary items. With such equipment and level, these 6 players definitely ranked at the very top of the miniature ancient world in terms of strength. Yet, these 6 players did not belong to a guild. Instead, they only came from an adventure team, the Glimmer Adventure Team. Even Sherfong was surprised when he saw Glimmer's party of 6. Apart from Laura Crater and Cassio, this was the first time Sherfong was meeting with the 4 other players in Laura's party. But every one of these 4 new faces possessed strength at the standard of titled experts. This was a lineup not even the various hegemonic powers could put together in the miniature ancient world. Yet the Glimmer Adventure Team managed to do so. Blood Rabbit Hotel VIP Lounge, Guild Leader Black Flame. According to the information I received, I'm afraid Zero Wing cannot continue to stay in the miniature ancient world, Laura Crater frankly said. Then, in an earnest tone, she continued, My suggestion is to temporarily disband Zero Wing and get ready to retreat from the miniature ancient world with a group of core members. Although the Divine Seal Saint will have a tight blockade on the other side, so long as I can get promoted to Tier 5, I am confident I can break through that blockade with a few dozen people. Once in the greater God's domain, so long as you leave the Starlight Realm, even the Divine Seal Saint will have difficulty getting his hands on you. She's confident in breaking through? Sherfong was shocked when he heard Laura's claims. He didn't think that Laura would be hiding such strength. Sherfong knew that the Divine Seal Saint had stationed Windseal, one of the 4 seals, on the other end of the world passage. According to rumors, not only did Windseal possess a legendary weapon, but he was even strong enough to rival Tier 6 gods of the same level. On top of that, Windseal also had a 100-man team of Tier 6 players supporting him. After learning about this lineup, even Sherfong wasn't confident in breaking through the Paimon conglomerate's blockade. Yet Laura was confident in doing so. Your suggestion is excellent, Commander Laura, but Zero Wing will not disband. Neither will Zero Wing leave the miniature ancient world, Sherfong said, shaking his head. The Divine Seal Saints' forces might be strong, but that doesn't make Zero Wing a pushover. If he dares to bare his fangs in the miniature ancient world, he'll have to be prepared to lose them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3296, Chapter 370, Tier 5 Advanced Epic. Chapter 3296, Chapter 370, Tier 5 Advanced Epic. Chapter 370, Tier 5 Advanced Epic. Sherfang's firm words rendered Laura and her party members speechless. Guild Leader Blackflame, the current Zero Wing, is indeed close to catching up to the various hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. But the forces the Divine Seal Saint can send here go far beyond the various hegemonic powers, Laura patiently explained. Tier 4 players might be rare in the miniature ancient world, but they are everywhere in the greater God's domain. Once the world passage opens, it won't take the Paimon conglomerate more than 2 or 3 days to clear out the entire passage and flood the miniature ancient world with Tier 4 experts. At that time, we aren't talking about facing just a few hundred or a few thousand Tier 4 experts, but hundreds of thousands instead. Moreover, these Tier 4 experts will have much better weapons and equipment. Travel across a world passage might be challenging, but with the Paimon conglomerate's strength and influence, it would have no trouble transporting a few 100,000 Tier 4 experts into the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, such a force was enough to destroy the entire miniature ancient world many times over, let alone destroy Zero Wing. It didn't matter even if Sherfong possessed a legendary weapon. Once the world passage opened, players entering the miniature ancient world might have to deal with level and tier restrictions, but there wouldn't be any restrictions on weapons, equipment, and tools. It might be hard to come by legendary weapons and equipment in the current miniature ancient world, but there were plenty in the greater God's domain. For a long-standing existence like the Paimon conglomerate, the number of legendary weapons and equipment under its possession vastly outstripped even the various hegemonic powers. So long as the Paimon conglomerate sent over a few of its legendary weapons and equipment, Sherfong would be doomed. Sherfong was admittedly very strong, but how many players equipped with legendary weapons and equipment could he go up against simultaneously? However, Sherfong did not bother explaining his decision to Laura. Instead, he asked, "Commander Laura, are you planning to take on the greater God's domain once you get promoted to Tier 5? Laura's identity and strength were a big mystery to Sherfong. When Sherfong met Laura, the other party's primary goal was to enter the greater God's domain. They had even signed a contract around this condition. However, it also seemed like Laura was considerably knowledgeable about the greater God's domain and knew that it'd be incredibly dangerous to roam the greater God's domain as a Tier 4 player. Hence, she had yet to leave the miniature ancient world until now. That is indeed my intention." Laura was initially stunned, failing to understand why Sherfong would ask such a question. However, she still chose to give Sherfong a proper answer. Although the miniature ancient world still holds many secrets, many more opportunities are available in the greater God's domain. The miniature ancient world would no longer hold much value to her once she reached Tier 5. A big part of why she came to find Sherfong this time was to return the favor she owed him. Meanwhile, she would return this favor by bringing Zero Wing's members into the greater God's domain with her. "How about making another deal with me, Commander Laura?" Sherfong asked. "A deal? What kind of deal?" Laura grew even more confused. Rather than try to get out of his current predicament, Sherfong was instead looking to make a deal with her? What was he even thinking? "Once you are promoted to Tier 5, stay in the miniature ancient world and protect Zero Wing for a month," Sherfong said, smiling. "In exchange, I can help you go further in your Tier 5 promotion." The woman known as Laura Crater undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength. Even though she had only revealed a portion of her strength thus far, it was already enough to put her in the top 10 of the Miniature Ancient Worlds God list. Moreover, Laura was confident in breaking through the Paimon conglomerate's blockade once she became a Tier 5 Sword Saint. If that were the case, she'd be of even greater help to Zero Wing if she remained in the Miniature Ancient World. Sher Feng needed to participate in the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition, so he wouldn't be able to stay in the Miniature Ancient World to protect Zero Wing during that period. If Zero Wing could have Laura protecting it, he could participate in the competition without any worries. Go further in the Tier 5 promotion. An elderly male elementalist from the Glimmer Adventure team laughed when he heard Sher Feng's words. Young man, do you know what rank Commander Laura can achieve when creating her Tier 5 mana body? Aside from the elderly elementalist, the 3 other unfamiliar faces in Laura's party also laughed. Epic rank, right? Sher Feng said blandly. Apart from reaching level 140, Tier 4 players seeking to get promoted to Tier 5 in God's domain also needed to create a Tier 5 mana body that suited them. Meanwhile, the Tier 5 mana bodies players created would vary in strength, the ranks going from bronze, silver, gold, and epic. For most paragons in the Greater God's domain, their lifelong goal was to create a Tier 5 epic mana body. That way, they could become a powerhouse in the Greater God's domain once they reached Tier 6. Meanwhile, the Divine Seal Saint was one such powerhouse. It was also why many paragons refused to get promoted to Tier 5. Only, out of the many paragons in the Greater God's domain, less than 1% of them would succeed in creating a Tier 5 epic mana body. You are indeed insightful, Guild Leader Black Flame, the elderly elementalist said, nodding. Then, with a proud smile on his face, he continued, You are correct. Commander Laura can already create a Tier 5 epic mana body. So, do you still think you can be of any help to her? In the Greater God's domain, even conglomerates would celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights if one of their paragons managed to create a Tier 5 epic mana body, while hegemonic powers would celebrate 10 days and 10 nights if they gained such a paragon. In response, Sher Feng looked at the elderly elementalist before saying, What if I say I can help Commander Laura push her mana body to the advanced epic rank? The advanced epic rank. The elderly elementalist didn't believe Sher Feng's words for even a moment. Are you playing a joke on this old man, Guild Leader Black Flame? It was true that the epic rank wasn't the limit for Tier 5 mana bodies. Above epic mana bodies were advanced epic mana bodies. However, even acquiring a Tier 5 epic mana body was already an astounding achievement in the Greater God's domain, let alone a Tier 5 advanced epic mana body. According to his knowledge, individuals capable of reaching this standard were all mythical figures in the Greater God's domain. What did it mean to be a mythical figure in the Greater God's domain? It meant that every one of these individuals was qualified to antagonize apex powers. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3297. Chapter 371, Legendary Reward. Chapter 3297. Chapter 371. Legendary Reward. Chapter 371. Legendary Reward. Blood Rabbit Hotel. VIP Lounge. This time the elderly elementalist wasn't the only one who doubted Sher Feng's words. Even Laura couldn't believe what Sher Feng had just said. Guild Leader Black Flame, it is nigh impossible for me to create an advanced epic mana body, Laura said, shaking her head. Just creating an epic mana body is already my limit. The difficulty of creating an advanced version is several times greater. If there really exists a way that can help me create an advanced epic mana body, I wouldn't have chosen to get promoted to Tier 5 now. Which is why I said it is a transaction, Sher Feng calmly said to Laura. I will help you create an advanced epic mana body. In return, you will help me protect Zero Wing for a month. I'm sure this is a worthwhile transaction for you, right, Commander Laura? After all, you know how hard it is to create an advanced epic mana body. Are you really sure about that, Guild Leader Blackflame? Laura asked, a confused look appearing on her face as she looked at Sherfong. Ever since arriving at the miniature ancient world, Laura thought that she had already learned everything there was to know about Zero Wing and Sherfong. So, she couldn't help but be puzzled by the conditions Sherfong was presenting her with. The advanced epic mana body was akin to a myth in the greater god's domain. It was something even conglomerates and apex powers could only hope and pray to obtain. Yet, Sherfong spoke as if attaining it wasn't a challenge. Instead, it was only a matter of whether he wanted to or not. If Sherfong truly did have a way to help others achieve an advanced epic mana body, any paragon in the greater god's domain wouldn't hesitate to work for Sherfong for even a decade, let alone a month. Of course. Sherfong smiled and nodded. We can even sign a god's domain contract on it. If you fail to create an advanced epic mana body, you won't have to protect Zero Wing in the miniature ancient world. The creation of an advanced epic mana body was indeed a massive challenge. Even during his previous life, Sherfong had only ever managed to create a standard epic mana body. However, he now had the complete 100 Refinement building in his possession, and the 100 Refinement building's second floor was specialized in helping players create mana bodies. After experiencing the effects of the complete 100 Refinement building's first floor himself, Sherfong was confident that Laura, with her talent to create an epic mana body without any help, could easily create an advanced epic mana body with the Hidden Construction's help. Honestly, with how massive of an opportunity he was offering to Laura, he would have been well within his rights even if he had asked Laura to protect Zero Wing for a much longer time. The reason he only asked Laura to help Zero Wing for a month was so that he could have an easier time pulling Laura to his side. He had never heard of Laura's name or her nickname of Shimmering Sword during his previous life. Yet, there was no doubt that Laura's strength and talent far surpassed Wordless Ember and Slumbering Quicksand. If Laura could safely develop herself, her future achievements would undoubtedly surpass Wordless Ember and Slumbering Quicksand. Okay, you have a deal, Laura said. I promise you that so long as you can help me create an advanced epic mana body, I will ensure nobody, not even the Paimon conglomerate, can harm Zero Wing in the miniature ancient world for a month. I will also owe you a huge favor on top of that, and you can use this favor to ask me of anything. I will even go against an apex power if you want me to. Commander, the elderly elementalist was shocked by Laura's words. He didn't think Laura would offer such a condition to Sherfong. Others might think Laura was joking when she said she would go against even an apex power, but those who knew her would know that she wasn't joking. Let's sign a contract, then. However, I'll put it out first, but you must keep my methods a secret. Unless I allow it, you must never tell a third party about my methods, Sherfong said as he took out the god's domain contract he had prepared in advance. That won't be a problem, Laura agreed without hesitation. Then, sign Sherfeng's contract after seeing no problems with it. After both parties signed the contract, Sherfong brought Laura away from the lounge, leaving behind KCO and the others. Blood Rabbit Hotel, VIP guest room. While Laura was wondering how Sherfong would help her to create an advanced epic mana body, Sherfong took out a stone tablet and opened a space-time passage. When Laura stepped through the space-time passage, she couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this the greater god's domain? When Laura sensed the world suppression unique to the greater god's domain, she couldn't help but turn back and look at the vanishing space-time passage in disbelief. Traveling between the various worlds of God's domain was a very troublesome affair and could normally only be achieved through world passages. So, in a situation where a world's world passage remained closed, it was nigh impossible for players to travel into and out of said world. Yet, Feng had shattered this rule, accomplishing interworld travel without the use of a world passage. That's right. We are currently in the ancient river kingdom's gazing moon city, Feng said, nodding. But we don't have a lot of time. I also have quite a few problems here, so we'll need to travel incognito. After saying so, Feng used the sacred phantom ring to alter his appearance into that of a young swordsman. He also changed his ID to Yifeng, the one he had been using throughout his previous life. Then, after doing all that, he put on a black cloak. With this, even if others used advanced identification skills on him, they would only see the information hidden by the black cloak. They wouldn't be able to tell that this information was falsified. Laura was not surprised by Feng's transformation. After putting on a black cloak, she followed Feng out of the Gazing Moon Hotel. Fortunately, they did not attract any red players' attention and safely arrived at the 100 Refinement Building situated in the western parts of the city. 100 Refinement Building, first floor lobby. When Feng and Laura entered the building, the elderly great wizard manning the front desk instantly recognized Feng, despite Feng's disguise. You really know how to surprise me, young man. It's only been a few days, yet you've already collected so many 7 luminaries crystals, the old man said with a surprised look. Then he sighed and continued, had I known you were so capable, I should have asked for 1,000,000 units instead. You've really gotten yourself a bargain, young man. Here are the promised 7 luminaries crystals, Feng said, rolling his eyes at the old man as he took out 89,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. I've completed the quest, right? It should be known that 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal were not a small amount. If he didn't get lucky and acquired Daira's wealth, he would have needed to expend a lot of effort to gather the required crystals. Fine. After accepting the 7 luminaries crystals, the great wizard sighed again and said, Your quest is complete. All of this 100 Refinement Building now belongs to you. After saying so, the elderly great wizard passed a crystalline key to Feng before vanishing without a trace. Immediately afterward, Feng received a series of system notifications. System, congratulations! You have completed the legendary Quest 100 Refinement Mana Body, rewarding Demon God's Key, 10 levels and 30 free legacy skill points. System, you will have to pay a monthly management fee of 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal for the 100 Refinement Building. If you fail to make payment for 3 consecutive months, Gazing Moon City will repossess all authority over the 100 Refinement Building. System, you have activated the second phase of the legendary Quest 100 Refinement Mana Body. Quest content, create a Tier 5 legendary mana body within 50 days. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3298, Chapter 372, Astonishing Second Floor. Chapter 3298, Chapter 372, Astonishing Second Floor, Chapter 372. Astonishing Second Floor, there's a second phase to this quest? The system notification dumbfounded Feng. A legendary quest was originally more than enough of a headache already. Previously, Feng had no choice but to accept one because of the 100 Refinement Building. Yet, after going through so much effort to complete it, he was now told that there was a second phase to this quest. Moreover, of all the things he could have been asked to do, it just had to be the creation of a legendary mana body. A legendary mana body. This was something he had never even heard of. Feng's original goal in acquiring the key to the 100 Refinement Building's second floor was to go beyond the epic threshold and create the mythical advanced epic mana body. Yet now he was required to create a legendary mana body, and he had to do so within 50 days. At this point, he couldn't help but suspect if this quest could even be completed. Guild Leader Black Flame? A look of confusion appeared on Laura's face as she looked at Feng. She noticed Shifeng's level instantly increasing from 140 to 150, so it was obvious he had just completed a considerably challenging quest. Normally, this should be a cause for celebration. Yet, Shifeng did not look happy at all. On the contrary, he looked gloomy and frustrated. "I'm fine. It's just a minor problem," Shifeng explained. Then he made his way to the second floor while saying, "Let's begin." The quest was forced onto him, and he couldn't abandon it even if he wanted to. So his only option now was to create a legendary mana body. The layout of the 100 Refinement Building's second floor was the same as the first floor, having only 4 training rooms. So only up to 4 people could train at the same time. However, compared to the first floor's training rooms, the second floor's training rooms cost a lot more. It only cost 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to use the first floor's training rooms, but the second floor's training rooms cost a whopping 10,000 units. Even guilds would have difficulty affording such a price, let alone individual players. It should be known that there were many expert players at the third floor standard in the Greater God's Domain. At this standard, players were already strong enough to ascend to Tier 6. Yet, in reality, not even a fraction of these third-floor experts were Tier 6 players, and the reason causing this was that most of these third-floor experts lacked the 7 Luminaries crystals needed to challenge their Tier 6 promotion. In a situation where a player couldn't even afford the 7 Luminaries crystals to get promoted to Tier 6, it was highly unlikely this player would be willing to spend 10,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to receive help on creating their Tier 5 mana body. Not to mention, Shifeng needed to spend 7 Luminaries crystals for the 100 Refinement Building's monthly upkeep. He also didn't have any intentions of running a charity, so he definitely wouldn't be charging players the cost price of 10,000 units. For outsiders, he'd have to charge them a minimum of 15,000 or 20,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. This was a price even the various hegemonic powers would find expensive. After Shifeng was done inspecting the second floor, he handed 10,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to Laura and had her enter one of the training rooms to start creating her mana body. Then he entered a different training room to experience the second floor training room's effects himself. Inside the training room, Shifeng couldn't help but be stunned after he paid the 10,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to use the training room. Eternal energy. Unimaginably dense eternal energy. No wonder 10,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal are needed to activate this room. Just being able to stand in this eternal energy is already worth the price. The concentration of eternal energy in this room was at least 5 or 6 times greater than what was available in the first floor training rooms. Just standing in the room allowed him to experience a qualitative transformation in his brain activity. Moreover, he felt as if he was put into a constant state of enlightenment, or more specifically, all-knowing. System. Creation Assistance mode activated. You can only activate this mode once in your lifetime. System. You have 100 assisted creation opportunities remaining. Each assisted creation will provide an ideal improvement to the mana body you create. You may only stay in the assisted creation space for a maximum of 1 natural day. If you do not use up your assisted creation opportunities in 1 natural day, your remaining opportunities will be automatically forfeited. What a pity. If more time is given, it might even be possible to learn a gold combat technique in this space. Shifeng felt a little disappointed when he saw the time limit given. The first floor's training rooms allowed players to spend up to 5 natural days in them. That was more than enough time for players to use up all 100 simulation opportunities, and players could even use their excess time to train in other things, such as combat techniques and mana techniques. With the second floor training room's superior environment, players could learn even gold combat techniques and saint rank mana techniques if given enough time. However, God's Domain's main god system obviously knew this was too good of an opportunity. Hence, the main god system gave players a choice: either use the given time to create a better mana body or improve on other things. In a situation where the creation assistance mode was present, unless a player was completely uninterested in having a better mana body, they would definitely choose the first option rather than the second one. Begin the first assisted creation. Realizing the importance of time, Shifeng promptly began his first assisted creation. In God's domain, players needed to create a mana body that suited themselves if they wanted to step into the Tier 5 threshold. Meanwhile, the process of creating was basically using one's existing mana body as a template and coming up with methods to strengthen it. However, depending on the rank of the template used, the strengthening requirements would also differ. The higher a template mana body's rank, the lower the strengthening requirements would be. If players were to use a bronze mana body as their template, they would need to strengthen it by 500% for it to get promoted to Tier 5. However, if a gold mana body was used as a template, players would only need to strengthen it by 300% for it to reach the Tier 5 standard. This was also why it was crucial for players to obtain a high-ranking mana body at Tier 3. Of course, strengthening a Tier 3 gold mana body by 300% was only the minimum requirement to create a Tier 5 mana body, or more specifically, a Tier 5 bronze mana body. If players wished to create a higher ranked Tier 5 mana body, they would need to strengthen their Tier 3 mana bodies even further. In the case of a Tier 3 epic mana body, it would have to be strengthened by 200% to qualify as a Tier 5 bronze mana body and 320% to qualify as a Tier 5 epic mana body. Although the percentage requirements were lower, the difficulty of strengthening an epic mana body was significantly greater than that of a gold mana body. So, even getting it to 320% was nigh impossible, let alone 350%, which was the minimum requirement for a Tier 5 advanced epic mana body. Needless to say, the difficulty of strengthening a Tier 3 legendary mana body was even more of a nightmare. Although it only needed to be strengthened by 150% to qualify as a Tier 5 mana body, it had to be strengthened by 200% to reach the epic rank, 240% to reach the advanced epic rank, and 270% to reach the legendary rank. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3299. Chapter 373, Great Grandmaster. Chapter 3299, Chapter 373, Great Grandmaster. Chapter 373, Great Grandmaster. 100 Refinement Building, 2nd floor training room. After Shifeng integrated the 12-array magic world he had used to create his Tier 5 mana body during his previous life into his current mana body, the creation assistance mode quickly started doing its job. In less than a minute, a mana body that had perfectly integrated with the magic array he provided appeared before his eyes. System, congratulations! You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body strength is at 182% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the gold rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? It managed to improve the mana flow to such an extent. Shifeng had difficulty keeping his mouth closed when he saw the system improved mana body. To reach Tier 5, players needed to create a mana body that was strong enough to alter their life rating to the Tier 5 standard, which was why Tier 5 players were typically much stronger than Tier 4 players. There was a qualitative difference in the mana bodies of the two tiers, and the difference was especially stark in the mana condensation aspect. Meanwhile, out of all the steps players needed to go through to create a Tier 5 mana body, the most troublesome step would have to be determining the flow of mana. Because players would be creating a mana body of their own, they would need to construct and integrate a significant number of magic arrays into their existing mana body. And as these magic arrays would have varying effects, they would also need varying amounts of mana supplied to them. If players wanted to ensure all of these magic arrays could function properly and efficiently, they would usually have to invest a lot of time and effort into the endeavor, much more than what they had invested when they were integrating these magic arrays with their existing mana body. Players also couldn't haphazardly decide their Tier 5 mana body's mana flow, as there would be a significant difference in the mana body's performance between partial activation and complete activation of the mana body's magic arrays. So, exactly how one could achieve complete activation was the biggest headache players faced when creating their Tier 5 mana body. However, the Creation Assistance mode took care of this problem for players. One assisted creation was essentially equivalent to or better than 100 creation attempts made by players themselves. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Creation Assistance mode was divine assistance. A legendary mana body truly is something. The 12-array magic world is enough to strengthen a Tier 3 epic mana body to the Tier 5 epic standard, yet it only managed to strengthen my Tier 3 legendary mana body to the Tier 5 gold standard. It seems I won't be able to use these magic arrays. Sherfong couldn't help but reveal a wry smile after he was done inspecting the mana body presented before him. The 12-array magic world he had used during his previous life was a Grandmaster mana gathering array created by a saint, and it was the key factor that allowed him to create a Tier 5 epic mana body. However, the 12-array magic world was evidently lacking for his current needs. Or, more specifically, the 12-array magic world was incapable of condensing mana that was sufficiently dense to effectively strengthen his Tier 3 legendary mana body. Although it should be possible to improve the 12-array magic world's effectiveness by restructuring it, even then it could, at best, leave him with a Tier 5 epic mana body. It was highly unlikely he could achieve a Tier 5 advanced epic mana body with the 12-array magic world, let alone a Tier 5 legendary mana body. Going by my current mana body standard, I'm going to have to strengthen its mana to a solid state at the very least to achieve an epic rank. Under the effects of eternal energy, Sherfong quickly understood where the mana body was lacking. Meanwhile, upon making this realization, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Although he had quickly learned about his mana body's deficiencies, increasing the density of its mana was easier said than done. It was especially so if he wanted to condense it to a solid state. This was no longer something that could be accomplished by a Grandmaster magic array. Even great Grandmaster magic arrays might not necessarily be able to accomplish it. Currently, Sherfong did not have any great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays in his possession. In fact, only a handful of such magic arrays existed in the entire Greater Gods domain, and they were either in the hands of apex powers or upper-ranking hegemonic powers that were capable of contending against apex powers. This was because only powers of such caliber had the strength to get their hands on such magic arrays. Great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays were incomparably precious, and their rarity rivaled divine artifacts. Meanwhile, there were only two methods to obtain these magic arrays. The first method was to have a great Grandmaster magician create one, while the second method was to destroy a kingdom based in one of the 12 sanctuaries and obtain it from the kingdom's treasury. Of the two methods, the first was nothing but a joke. Firstly, great Grandmaster magicians were exceedingly rare in the Greater Gods domain, and there usually wouldn't be more than 100 in any era. Secondly, a great Grandmaster magician would need many months to develop even the simplest great Grandmaster magic array. Meanwhile, the complexity of mana gathering arrays was usually significantly higher than that of other magic arrays of the same rank. So, not only would a great Grandmaster magician require a significant amount of time to create a great Grandmaster mana gathering array, but their efforts weren't even guaranteed to pay off. In fact, their chances of success were unlikely to exceed 30%. Hence, rather than wait and hope for a great Grandmaster magician to succeed, it'd be much quicker to destroy a kingdom in the 12 sanctuaries and search for a great Grandmaster mana gathering array in the kingdom's treasury. No, I'm not out of solutions yet. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong suddenly came up with an idea to obtain a Grandmaster mana gathering array. The Ancient Abyssal God's Legacy. The ancient abyssal god's mana usage method that was recorded in the stratified abyssal realm's abyssal tower was more profound than even that of saints. So, it might just be possible to create a great Grandmaster mana gathering array by referencing the ancient abyssal god's legacy. Not to mention, Shifeng had already reached the limits of a Grandmaster magician. So long as he could create a great Grandmaster magic array, he could become a great Grandmaster magician. Immediately, Shifeng started testing his theory by restructuring the magic array in the ancient abyssal god's legacy, continuously expanding it and filling in the gaps. The act of upgrading a magic array that was inherently at the Grandmaster rank to the Great Grandmaster rank was a feat ordinary Great Grandmaster magicians wouldn't even dare to think of trying. Under normal circumstances, Shifeng wouldn't have thought of doing so either. However, Shifeng currently had the assistance of incredibly dense eternal energy. Thanks to this assistance, he had long surpassed the average Great Grandmaster magician in mana control, mana affinity, and brain activity. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours. Shifeng was met with one failure after another as time passed. However, as he continuously summarized and learned from his mistakes, the quality and effectiveness of the mana gathering array he created also grew more and more astonishing. Originally, the mana gathering array he modified could only barely condense mana into a solid state. It was also only strong enough to be integrated with roughly 1,000 magic arrays. At this standard, it could, at most, be considered a Grandmaster mana gathering array. However, the magic array quickly reached the advanced Grandmaster standard, being able to easily condense solid mana. It could also be integrated with over 2,000 other magic arrays. As expected of an ancient god's legacy, its mana usage method is a world unto itself, though the requirement it has for mana control is also absurdly high. If not for my current environment, I doubt I can even move 2,000 magic arrays with it. As Shifeng kept adding more magic arrays to the mana gathering array, the difficulty of maintaining control over all these magic arrays also continuously increased. Even so, he couldn't help but grow excited since his proficiency at manipulating mana also continuously improved. Meanwhile, the better he got at controlling mana, the more magic arrays he could control simultaneously. 2, 600. 2, 800. 3, 000. After Shifeng spent his 20th hour in the training room, he successfully increased the number of magic arrays he could control to 3,333. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. You have successfully created a Great Grandmaster magic array. You have been promoted to a Great Grandmaster magician, rewarding Great Grandmaster emblem, 5 levels, and 20 free legacy skill points. System, do you wish to make a universal announcement? TL notes. Basically, the following is what I gathered from this chapter. T3 mana body template plus many magic arrays of varying functions plus mana gathering array, mana flow / power supply, equals T5 mana body 2. Better mana gathering array equals more magic arrays equals better T5 mana body if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, Chapter 374. Great Grandmaster Yifeng? Chapter 300, Chapter 374. Great Grandmaster Yifeng? Chapter 374. Great Grandmaster Yifeng? TL notes. Changed universal announcement to realm-wide announcement. A realm-wide announcement. The system notification stunned Shifeng, a Great Grandmaster magician. Out of the many subclasses in the game, the magician subclass was the most favored by combat players. On top of being able to create magic scrolls, the magician subclass also allowed players to gain a better grasp over mana. The subclass was especially useful for magical class players. In fact, the subclass was a must-have for magical class players, since it let them have a better understanding of magic arrays and gave them an easier time casting spells. Only, unlike other subclasses, most players would hit an unbreachable wall once they reached the Grandmaster rank for the Magician subclass. If players wished to become a great Grandmaster Magician, they would need to create a great Grandmaster Magician. Meanwhile, to accomplish this feat, players would first have to do a lot of research on great Grandmaster magic arrays. However, great Grandmaster magic arrays had already become a lost technology ever since the Great Ancient War. Outside of the 12 sanctuaries, finding great Grandmaster magic arrays was nigh impossible. Their rarity rivaled fragmented divine artifacts. Hence, it was almost impossible for players to get their hands on a large number of great Grandmaster magic arrays to research. It was also why there were so few great Grandmaster magicians in the Greater Gods domain. Originally, Shi Feng had only thought of attempting to create a great Grandmaster magic array. After all, this was the only solution he could think of to create a Tier 5 legendary mana body. However, he never thought he would actually succeed. He couldn't believe he had just become a great Grandmaster magician, an existence that wouldn't number more than 100 in any era in the Greater Gods domain. While Shi Feng was in a daze, he received another system notification. System, do you wish to make a realm-wide announcement? Smiling, Shi Feng said, make the announcement. Realm-wide announcements were extremely rare in the Greater Gods domain. Normally, players could only trigger a realm-wide announcement after completing a main storyline quest in the Greater Gods domain or making great achievements, such as slaying one of the Greater Gods domain's calamities. Meanwhile, realm-wide announcements were a great way to increase one's fame. Now that Shi Feng was given the opportunity to spread his fame across the Starlight Realm, he naturally wouldn't refuse it. After all, this would make it a lot more convenient for him to do various things. System, do you wish to make the announcement using your current false identity of Yi Feng? Yes. Shi Feng agreed to the prompt without hesitation. Although he could use his true identity to announce his great Grandmaster status, doing so would expose his ability to travel freely between worlds. Rather than invite unnecessary trouble for himself, he would be better off announcing his achievement under a false identity. Very few people could see through the sacred phantom ring's disguise effect anyway. Immediately, a system announcement echoed throughout the entire Starlight Realm. System announcement. Congratulations to Yi Feng on becoming the first person to reach the rank of Great Grandmaster Magician in 100 years, rewarding 20 Starlight Realm reputation points. The announcement repeated 3 times, stupefying many players across the Starlight Realm. Someone got promoted into a Great Grandmaster Magician. Amazing. Incredible. I always thought players couldn't become Great Grandmaster Magicians. I didn't think someone would actually succeed. This is beyond incredible. This is a Great Grandmaster Magician we are talking about. There aren't even 100 of such existences in our current era, and every one of these existences is a big shot that even Apex powers will try to recruit as honorary elders. Isn't that just nonsense? We are only talking about a magician here. Even if the various Apex powers place great importance on great Grandmaster magicians, there's no way these powers would use an honorary elder position as an enticement. That position holds as much authority as the Vice Guild Leader position. Even the helmsmen of conglomerates will have to show respect to the honorary elders of Apex powers. How ignorant of you! Don't you know that great Grandmaster magicians can already draw great Grandmaster magic arrays? Those are magic arrays used to safeguard Outer Realm fortresses and cities. Do you have any idea how big of a difference there is between a stronghold that's protected by a great Grandmaster magic array and a stronghold that isn't protected by one? 10 times. There will be a 10-fold difference, at the very minimum. 10? Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Not at all. Grandmaster magic arrays can, at best, reach the Tier 5 standard, but Great Grandmaster magic arrays can reach the Tier 6 standard. Any city protected by a Great Grandmaster defensive magic array can easily withstand a bombardment of Tier 6 spells. With the support of such a defensive magic array, the various powers can drastically reduce the number of Tier 6 experts they dispatch to protect these foreign installations. They can then use the additional manpower to do other things or establish new Outer Realm fortresses and cities. So, do you still think Great Grandmaster magicians aren't incredible? Many players expressed their confusion toward the latest system announcement, failing to comprehend the significance of a Great Grandmaster magician. However, when the Starlight Realm's various powers saw the system announcement, they instantly went into an uproar. Ordinary players might not know the value of Great Grandmaster magicians, but the Starlight Realm's various powers knew that the appearance of a Great Grandmaster magician was a major event that could rewrite the status quo in the Starlight Realm. Starlight Realm, Starlight Empire, Starlight Holy City. The Starlight Holy City was the most prosperous city in the Starlight Realm, with a player population of 1 billion. Practically all powers in the Starlight Realm wished to secure themselves a place in this city. However, due to the Holy City's limited space, even upper-ranking hegemonic powers had difficulty securing themselves a spot in the city. Currently, on the top floor of a humongous battle arena in the Holy City, level 220, Tier 6 players clad in legendary equipment sets and wielding legendary weapons were duking it out with one another. The strength both parties exhibited closely rivaled Tier 6 gods of the same level. While these two players were dueling each other, many players cheered and applauded as they spectated the match. Among these spectators, many were titled experts who had already reached Tier 6. As expected of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's 7 Luminaries League, even the matches in the A-League are already such a spectacle to behold. I really cannot imagine what kind of monsters would be in the S-League. It's a pity the Starlight Realm isn't a higher realm. At best, we can only receive the broadcast of A-Leagues here. It can't be helped. Our realm has never managed to get into the top 100 in the Realm Wars. After losing to the Sky River Realm last time, it became even more difficult for us to get into the top 100. While the people on the spectator stands were discussing the ongoing match, a woman with ethereal beauty quietly observed the match from a VIP room on the second floor. However, the woman shifted her attention away from the stage when a level 220, Tier 6 Guardian Knight entered the room. "Did you find anything about Yi Feng?" the woman asked. "Young miss, I have already mobilized all available manpower to investigate this person, but we have yet to acquire any reliable information thus far," the Guardian Knight answered. If other people could see how respectfully this Tier 6 Guardian Knight behaved to the woman, they would definitely be given a fright. After all, the Guardian Knight was fully clad in legendary equipment and radiated strength, rivaling Tier 6 gods. However, the 2 female bodyguards standing next to the woman were unfazed by this situation. Fry, the Galaxy Conglomerate's 4th princess. This name could make any upper-ranking hegemonic power in the Starlight Realm tremble with fear. Even Tier 6 saints would have to behave deferentially to her, let alone experts that only rivaled Tier 6 gods. Still nothing. Fry frowned, her tone growing a little cold. "It's not that we didn't find any information at all. It's just that the information we found is a little too unreliable," the Guardian Knight hurriedly corrected himself. "According to the insider information we collected from the 7 Luminaries Alliance, the name Yi Feng has appeared in the miniature ancient world that you have previously visited, Young Mississippi. Only, I don't think that person is likely to be the same name has appeared in that miniature ancient world before." Growing curious, Fry asked, "Who is he?" Anxiously, the Guardian Knight answered, "He is the former guild leader of a second-rate guild named Shadow. At the same time, he is also Zero Wing's current acting guild leader. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3301. Chapter 375, Level 5 Affinity. Chapter 3301. Chapter 375, Level 5 Affinity. Chapter 375, Level 5 Affinity. Zero Wings Acting Guild Leader? Fry was a little surprised by the Guardian Knight's answer. Are you talking about the Zero Wing that killed Daira? Yes, that Zero Wing. The Guardian Knight nodded. The news of Daira getting killed had long since spread across the entire Starlight Realm, and any power operating in the Starlight Realm would know about it. It was especially so for the powers based near the Sea of Giants, now that the Divine Seal Saint had sent the Wind Seal Commander, one of the 4 seals, there to await the opening of the miniature ancient world's world passage. Have that person in the 7 Luminaries Alliance carefully look into this matter. If it turns out to be true, this matter is going to be interesting, Fry said, her lips curling up a little. But be sure to do things secretly. We must not let a third party know about this matter. Rest assured, young Mississippi, that person is a confidant trained by the Galaxy Conglomerate. He will never leak this information to other powers, the Guardian Knight assured. Good. You should know how important a great Grandmaster Magician is to the Galaxy Conglomerate. If any mistakes occur, you won't be able to afford the consequences, Fry calmly said. Understood. The Guardian Knight hurriedly nodded, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. I won't disappoint you on this matter, young miss. While Fry was looking into the latest great Grandmaster Magician, going by the name of Yifeng, the Starlight Realm's various hegemonic powers and conglomerate were also frantically looking into this person. They even offered to give anyone who could provide useful information related to Yifeng a permanent resident status in a first-tier city. When this news spread, the entire Starlight Realm instantly went into an uproar. For ordinary players, just the opportunity to gain permanent residence in a third-tier city was already an unattainable dream. As for permanent residence in a first-tier city, that was something not even mental strength grandmasters would dare to think of obtaining. At most, they could afford to visit a first-tier city for a few days every now and then. Yet, now, there was an opportunity to gain permanent residency in a first-tier city simply by providing information on Yifeng. How could everyone not be shocked? While the Starlight Realm's players and powers were busy looking into the player named Yifeng, Shifeng was focused on creating his Tier 5 mana body. After becoming a great Grandmaster Magician, Shifeng not only noticed his concentration undergoing an evolutionary change, but he also felt his elemental ascending to a new level. Or, more specifically, the great Grandmaster emblem he wore had increased his elemental affinity by 1 level. Great Grandmaster emblem, a magician emblem exclusive to Black Flame. When worn, it increases the wearer's elemental affinity by 1 level, up to a maximum of level 6. The Magician class's Great Grandmaster emblem is truly incredible. Now that my elemental affinity has reached level 5, I only need to expend half as much concentration to manipulate solid mana. Shifeng grew ecstatic as he integrated the Great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays he created with his mana body one after another. Elemental affinity was crucial for players in controlling mana. Normally, players' elemental affinity would only be at level 1, while gifted individuals could reach level 2. Compared to players with only level 1 affinity, players with level 2 affinity would have an easier time perceiving and manipulating the various elements. Although elemental affinity could be artificially increased using various methods, such as using tools and improving one's mana body, there was a limit to the effectiveness of such methods. Even with a legendary mana body, Shifeng only managed to raise his elemental affinity to the level 4 standard. Level 4 also happened to be the highest standard Shifeng achieved during his previous life, and he had achieved that standard after relying on various tools. This was also the limit for most Tier 6 experts. So, the fact that the great Grandmaster emblem for magicians could elevate his elemental affinity to level 5 was incredible. This effect alone made it as valuable as a fragmented divine artifact. In less than half an hour, Shifeng finished constructing a mana body that was fully made up of great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays. Start the assisted creation. After looking at the mana body he constructed, Shifeng chose to activate the 100 Refinement Buildings Creation Assistance mode. This time, the 100 Refinement Buildings seemingly got stimulated as divine runes appeared all over the training room Shifeng was in. At the same time, the density of eternal energy in the room plummeted as if to fuel the assisted creation this time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes later, the sound of a system notification entered Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations! You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body strength is at 224% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the epic rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? Sure enough, I was right. Shifeng's eyes brightened when he saw the system notification. The fact that he managed to achieve the epic rank on his first attempt at using the great Grandmaster Mana Gathering Array to create his Tier 5 mana body meant that he had made the right judgment. Now, all he needed to do was continuously optimize his mana body structure, and he should have no problems elevating his Tier 5 mana body to the legendary rank. Immediately, Shifeng began varying the number of mana gathering arrays he used across his mana body, trying to improve his mana body's mana transmission, efficiency, and mana density as much as possible. Meanwhile, the more he optimized his mana body, the stronger it became. 230%, 235%, 240%. After numerous experiments, Shifeng hit a bottleneck after reaching 255%. It seems this is my current limit. Shifeng revealed a wry smile as he looked at the mana body he had created. The difficulty of achieving a Tier 5 legendary mana body was much greater than he imagined. The reason he could no longer improve his mana body any further wasn't that the mana gathering array had become a limiting factor. Instead, it was because of his control over mana. Currently, he could only manipulate up to 64 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays simultaneously. Meanwhile, after integrating 64 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays into his existing mana body and optimizing its structure as much as possible, he only ended up with a mana body that was 255% stronger than his current mana body. In other words, it was only at the Tier 5 Advanced Epic Standard. If he wanted to create a stronger Tier 5 mana body, he would have to increase the number of great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays in his mana body. While Shifeng was looking for ways to further optimize his mana body structure, he suddenly received a system notification. Regional System Announcement. A miniature Ancient Worlds world passage will soon open. All kingdoms and empires situated near the Sea of Giants are advised to prepare to resist the incoming beast tide. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3302. Chapter 376. World Passage opens. Chapter 3302. Chapter 376. World Passage opens. Chapter 376. World Passage opens miniature ancient world, Thunder Fortress. When the gigantic door 10,000 yards away from the Thunder Fortress opened, all the players gathered in the Thunder Fortress boarded their respective ships and swarmed toward the gate. In no time, a gigantic fleet of over 100,000 ships could be seen sailing toward the distant gate. A fleet of such size could fight against even an army of several million sea monsters. It could also easily annihilate any maritime empire. However, the fleet of 100,000 plus ships looked comically small when gathered before the gigantic door. The bottom half of the door in question was submerged in the ocean, while the upper half rose well beyond the clouds. Its width was also beyond absurd, easily surpassing the width of the entire Thunder Fortress by many times. When the miniature ancient world's native players saw this door, they couldn't help but be deeply shocked. They didn't think the World Gate, which served as a connection point for the World Passage, would be such a spectacular sight. Amidst the 100,000-plus ships, a fleet led by one common warship and supported by several bronze speedboats and several dozen advanced speedboats, could be seen carefully making its way to the World Gate. Meanwhile, standing at the helm of the common warship was a level 137, Tier 4 elderly man carrying a great sword on his back. In the current miniature ancient world, there was no native expert player who wouldn't recognize this old man. Thousand Swords. He was the great elder of the Super Guild World Dominators and one of their gods' domain's few Tier 6 experts. Although Tier 6 experts became insignificant along with the myriad world's descent, the strength Thousand Swords could exhibit in the miniature ancient world was still impressive. In one instance, the fleet Thousand Swords led had defeated 2 foreign fleets out in open water. At the time, Thousand Swords himself had also single-handedly held back 4 fourth-floor experts. According to rumors, Thousand Swords was now only one step away from reaching the standard of titled experts. It should be known that in the current miniature ancient world, even the various hegemonic powers would only have 1 or 2 titled experts under their command, while most superpowers didn't even have titled experts under their command. So, Thousand Swords' presence had allowed world dominators to become a superpower that was only second to the various hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. All of you, be extremely careful once we are inside the World Passage. Do not get washed away by the beast tide. Any ship caught by itself will be quickly devoured by the void creatures. Thousand Swords said, issuing a command to all ships in the fleet through the team chat. Finally, we are finally going to enter the greater God's domain. Guirin, who had similarly reached Tier 4, revealed an excited expression as he looked at the nearing World Gate. Don't get too excited, Irin, Thousand Swords said as he glanced at his student. The World Passage is a very dangerous place. Based on the information we've collected, even the weakest void creature in a World Passage will be at the Grand Lord rank. There will even be plenty of mythic and superior mythic void creatures mixed among them. Also, our ultimate goal might be to enter the greater God's domain, but we also have to try to earn as many association contribution points as possible. Don't worry, teacher. I've prepared over a dozen Tier 4 magic scrolls for those void creatures. We can definitely earn a ton of contribution points, Guirin confidently said as he patted the spatial bag on his waist. So long as one bothered to do a little research, anyone would know about the welfare provided by the Greater Gods Domain's Adventurers Association to players of isolated Gods Domain. For 2 days after a World Passage opened, players who entered the World Passage could earn association contribution points by killing void creatures in the World Passage. Then, players could use the points they earned to exchange immortal weapons and equipment from the Adventurers Association. If players collected enough points, they could even exchange for the incomparably legacy guidances. These were all things that would let isolated players have an easier time settling in the Greater Gods Domain. Meanwhile, Guirin had done a lot of preparation in anticipation of the World Passage's opening. Of the Tier 4 magic scrolls he prepared, every one of them held a large-scale destruction spell. Although these spells were incapable of one-shotting Tier 4 mythic monsters, they were strong enough to heavily injure mythic monsters. So long as these monsters were killed later on, the system would judge him as having made a big contribution to the kill and award him at least 10% of the monster's points. This was an incredibly effective and efficient way of earning contribution points. It was significantly better than trying to kill one void creature with a large group of players. With over a dozen Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, he would have no problem heavily injuring over 1,000 monsters. Even if he only earned a few points from each monster, that would still be several thousand contribution points. If he was lucky, he might even earn over 10,000 contribution points. Based on the information world dominators had collected, 1,000 points could be exchanged for an epic immortal weapon. 3,000 points could be exchanged for a Tier 5 Demigod's Legacy Guidance. 5,000 points could be exchanged for a Tier 6 NPC's Legacy Guidance. 10,000 points could be exchanged for a Tier 6 God's Legacy Guidance. And 20,000 points could be exchanged for a legacy that provided a perfect experience of a gold combat technique's use. Setting aside the perfect experience of a gold combat technique, just receiving a Tier 6 God's Legacy Guidance would be of significant help to him when he challenged his Tier 5 and Tier 6 promotions in the future. After all Tier 6 gods possessed extraordinary mana bodies with extremely high reference value for players. If he could create a Tier 5 mana body that reached the epic rank, he could instantly reach the peak of his life. While Guirin was fantasizing about earning 10,000 association contribution points and exchanging them for a Tier 6 God's Legacy Guidance, Thousand Swords suddenly tensed up as he looked at a fleet of ships coming from behind. Then he hurriedly shouted, "All ships, turn to the left and open up a path." World Dominators members couldn't help but grow confused when they heard Thousand Swords' command. Then, while carrying out the command, they curiously turned around and looked at the ships sailing up from behind them. At this time, a fleet of fewer than 20 ships was sailing up to World Dominator's fleet. However, despite its small size, the fleet was by no means weak. This was because the fleet was led by 1 advanced warship and 6 common warships, and supported by a dozen bronze speedboats. Some hegemonic powers didn't even have such a high-quality fleet. Meanwhile, as this small fleet swiftly made its way to the World Gate, all of the other fleets in its path promptly sailed aside and opened a path for it, none daring to sail in this small fleet's way. This was because the ships of this fleet carried the guild emblem of the Flower of 7 Sins. Is this the treatment for the number 1 genius? As the Flower of 7 Sins fleet got closer, Guirin could see 2 female assassins standing at the helm of the advanced warship sailing at the front of the fleet. Of these 2 assassins, one was Death Omen, a former Tier 6 player who had shaken their god's domain with her name in the past, while the other was Thousand Scars, the current number 1 genius among the miniature ancient world's native players. When Guirin watched as Thousand Scars sailed past World Dominator's fleet, he couldn't help but feel a little envious of her. Ever since Thousand Scars got chosen by the Paimon conglomerate, even the various hegemonic powers had to behave respectfully around her and the Flower of 7 Sins. This allowed the Flower of 7 Sins to develop smoothly and rapidly in the miniature ancient world. A good example of the Flower of 7 Sins' rapid development would be the 1 advanced warship and 6 common warships in its fleet. With such naval prowess, the Flower of 7 Sins wouldn't need more than a few minutes to annihilate World Dominator's entire fleet. Meanwhile, with such a fleet under its command, it goes without saying the Flower of 7 Sins could kill void creatures in the World Passage very effectively. Even if he had 100 Tier 4 magic scrolls in his possession, he still wouldn't be a match for the Flower of 7 Sins fleet. After all, the advanced warship's main cannons were just as strong as Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Moreover, so long as these cannons were supplied with enough magic crystals, they could fire an infinite number of times. Shortly after the Flower of 7 Sins fleet entered the World Passage, a fleet made of 5 ships also made its way up to the World Gate. When this fleet of 5 ships appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of all other fleets present. This was because all 5 of this fleet's ships were bronze warships. Then, upon seeing the guild emblem on these 5 bronze warships, everyone couldn't help but gape in shock. Crap, isn't this Zero Wing? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3303, Chapter 377, Void Gods, Chapter 3303, Chapter 377. Void Gods, Chapter 377. Void Gods. The sight of the six-winged emblem on the 5 bronze warships dumbfounded the various powers gathered before the World Gate. Bronze warships were very recognizable. This was because bronze warships were cut above common and advanced warships. Moreover, they came with twofold Tier 4 defensive magic arrays that could stop the attacks of even superior mythic monsters. It was no exaggeration to say that one bronze warship was enough to make up an entire fleet by itself. A force of 5 bronze warships was something none of the various hegemonic powers dared to think of having in the miniature ancient world. Yet now it was revealed that this unbelievable fleet originated from Zero Wing, a guild that hadn't even come into contact with the greater god's domain yet. How is this possible? Gu Irin wore a complicated look on his face when he saw several familiar figures standing on Zero Wing's 5 bronze warships. Apart from Black Flame, the man who had killed him once before, he also spotted Rampant Blade, a former member of the now-defunct Shadow Guild. He even saw Wu Lingling, a newcomer who had made a splash during the newcomer competition of Jinhai City's God's Domain Academy, and Lin Yaoyue, the director of Jinhai City's God's Domain Academy. Currently, not only did all of these people reach Tier 4 already, but the way they carried themselves was completely different. It was obvious that their current combat standards were drastically greater than before. If these people combined their current strength with the contribution points they could accumulate with the help of 5 bronze warships, it wasn't hard to imagine how big of an improvement they would have once they entered the greater god's domain. So what if Zero Wing has 5 bronze warships? Tao Yue on the side said, curling her lips, all they're doing is putting up pointless resistance. Once the world passage is open, the Paimon conglomerate will definitely send its army from the greater god's domain. At that time, Zero Wing won't even dare to enter the world passage, let alone the greater god's domain. You're right. They can only enter the world passage during its initial opening before they'll have to quickly withdraw from it. Gu Irin nodded in agreement, his mood lightening significantly. The matter of Zero Wing offending the Paimon conglomerate was no secret in the miniature ancient world. The various powers even knew that the Paimon conglomerate had already mobilized its forces to barricade the other side of the world passage. With Paimon's army blocking the world passage's exit, Zero Wing wouldn't dare to enter the greater god's domain at all. If it did, it would instantly suffer annihilation at the hands of the Paimon conglomerate's Tier 6 army. All of Zero Wing's members would also suffer soul annihilation and be prohibited from logging into God's domain for the rest of their lives. Moreover, even if Zero Wing chose not to enter the greater God's domain, the Paimon conglomerate would still be sending many well-equipped Tier 4 experts into the miniature ancient world. At that time, Zero Wing would still meet its end. This was also why most of the miniature ancient world's native powers had chosen to cease any and all dealings they had with Zero Wing. At this time, Gu Irin and Tao Yue weren't the only ones to have such thoughts about Zero Wing. The members of the various other powers also deemed Zero Wing's actions as putting up a pointless struggle. The world passage's opening didn't only allow the miniature ancient world's players to travel to the greater god's domain. It also allowed the greater god's domain's players to enter the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, with the help of a bronze speedboat, it wouldn't take more than a day's travel to cross the entire world passage. The travel time would be even shorter if speedboats above the bronze rank were used. The only problem was the void creatures in the world passage. Without a sufficiently strong fleet, traveling across the world passage would be no different than suicide. However, with the Paimon conglomerate's strength, it probably wouldn't take more than a day before its Tier 4 army could cross the world passage to reach the miniature ancient world. In other words, Zero Wing had less than a day left to strut around in the miniature ancient world. However, after the various powers entered the world passage, they quickly forgot about Zero Wing. This was because greeting them in the calm sea beyond the world gate was a swarm of void creatures of illogical proportions. What awaited the various powers beyond the world gate wasn't a swarm of 1,000,000 monsters. Even describing the swarm in the millions would be an understatement. At a glance, the number of void creatures in the calm sea was easily in the tens of millions. Moreover, even the weakest among them was at the Tier 4 mythic rank, while many of them were at the superior mythic rank. What's going on? Shouldn't the weakest monsters here be Grand Lords? The fleets that had just entered the world passage panicked when they saw the fleets getting destroyed in the distance. Even the top adventure teams originating from the greater god's domain were distressed by this situation. Void Sea Serpent, Void Creature Mythic, level 142 HP, 20 billion. Void Sea Dragon, Void Creature, Superior Mythic, level 145 HP, 50 billion. The average void creature had significantly greater HP and defense than the average sea monster. Normally, killing even one mythic-ranked void creature would require the joint effort of one common warship and several dozen advanced speedboats. Yet now, even the weakest monster in this sea was a Tier 4 mythic void sea serpent. If a few dozen of these void sea serpents attacked together, even a common warship wouldn't last more than a few exchanges. Meanwhile, if players were to lose the support of their ships in this environment devoid of mana, their combat power would plummet. At that time, even flying would become a problem, let alone fighting. This was also why transportation tools were far more important than individual strength when it came to traveling between worlds. While the various powers were panicking, some players with excellent eyesight suddenly noticed the silhouette of an island floating in the distance. An island? Why is there an island here? Many players couldn't help but grow confused when they saw the floating island in the distance. The inside of the world passage was supposed to be an empty void, so a floating island shouldn't exist here. Moreover, the island even looked like it was inhabited by people, making its presence here even stranger. After all, apart from void creatures, other creatures were incapable of staying in the void for long periods of time. Meanwhile, when Thousand Scars saw the island, she suddenly thought of something as she exclaimed, "Void gods!" Void gods? What do you mean? Death Omen looked at Thousand Scars in confusion. Void gods are a race of gods who live in the void, Thousand Scars excitedly explained. I've read about them in the Paimon Conglomerates database. Rumor has it that void gods are constantly wandering about in the void, and people can occasionally see the islands they live on in the void. Meanwhile, it is rumored that void gods possess legacies passed down by ancient gods. More importantly, the settlements of void gods are also the only places in the greater god's domain where players can change classes into a void saint. In the greater god's domain, void saints are labeled invincible when fighting in the void, and even dragons of the same tier are no match for them. Even dragons of the same tier are not a match. Death Omen was surprised to hear Thousand Scars' explanation. There were many hidden classes in God's domain, but none were known to be able to rival dragons, let alone surpass them. It should be known that dragons were an apex race and the symbol of destruction in God's domain. Even in the greater god's domain, adult dragons were akin to natural disasters. If she could class change into a void saint. While Thousand Scars was explaining to Death Omen about void gods and void saints, 5 figures emerged from the leading ship of the Paimon Conglomerates fleet and rapidly made their way toward the distant island. Of these 5 figures, one of them was Daira, while the remaining 4 were the 4 beast warriors. Currently, all 4 of the beast warriors have already become bona fide tier 5 players. Meanwhile, thanks to the 4 beast warriors opening a path, Daira could effortlessly approach the distant floating island, the sight causing the various powers stuck on their ships to grow envious. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about their envy. Currently, the Paimon Conglomerate was the only power that could afford to produce tier 5 players. For everyone else, all they could do was slowly sail to the floating island in their ships. When KCO of the Glimmer Adventure team saw Daira's group fast approaching the floating island, He anxiously looked at Sherfong and said, "This can't continue, Guild Leader Black Flame. You and the commander should go ahead without us. Otherwise, Daira will be the first to enter the island at this rate." The other members of Glimmer nodded in agreement. The Void Saint legacy was extraordinary even in the greater God's domain. Others might not know what the Void Saint class represented, but they did. In a situation where they didn't know whether the Void Saint legacy would be limited in number, they absolutely could not let Daira reach the floating island before them. That won't be necessary. Sherfong faintly smiled in response to Casio's anxiety. All of us will go there together. All of us. Casio and the others were on the verge of being rendered speechless by Sherfong. With the strength of 5 bronze warships, how were they supposed to overtake 4 Tier 5 experts? Just as Casio was about to say something else, Sherfong took out a pendant from his bag and chanted the incantation engraved on it. Immediately, a magic array with a radius of more than 100 meters appeared in the void. Then, a dark dragon measuring over 100 meters in length emerged from this magic array, the dragon having a life aura so terrifying that it caused even the nearby void creatures to back away. A dragon. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3304. Chapter 378 Legendary Mount. Chapter 3304. Chapter 378 Legendary Mount. Chapter 378 Legendary Mount. As Daira's group of 5 flew increasingly closer to the island above the void sea, the various hegemonic powers also started advancing toward the island at all costs. Faster! Move faster! Even if we can't reach the island before Daira, we should still reach it before the other powers. Although the various hegemonic powers didn't have detailed information on void gods, they knew plenty about the Void Saint class. Or, more specifically, anyone who had reached their standards would know about the hidden class whether they wanted to or not. This was because every hegemonic power would at least have 1 or 2 Tier 6 experts becoming an official participant in the 7 Luminaries League, and anyone who became an official participant in the League would also become a core member of the 7 Luminaries Alliance. This, in turn, would let them learn about the person known as Divine Eye, the current youngest Grand Elder of the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Meanwhile, Divine Eye's class was none other than the Void Saint. It should be known that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was one of the strongest powers in the greater God's domain. Even mighty conglomerates would have to bow their heads in front of the Alliance. The 7 Luminaries Alliance was controlled by the Senate, which consisted of only 12 people. These 12 individuals stood at the very apex of the greater God's domain. At the same time, they also represented the greater God's domain's apex combat power. Divine Eye was someone who managed to become one of these 12 individuals before even reaching the age of 50. Meanwhile, the main reason Divine Eye managed to accomplish this feat was due to his Void Saint class. Otherwise, he would still have to strive for several more decades before he could become a member of the Senate. Indeed, this was the power of the Void Saint class. However, what made the Void Saint class truly fearsome wasn't the fact that it could exhibit tremendous combat power in the void. Instead, it was the fact that the class wasn't unique. Because the Void Saint class wasn't unique, the number of people who could acquire it wasn't limited to just one. Of course, obtaining the Void Saint class was an incredible challenge. This was because the settlement of void gods did not stay in one place. Instead, their settlements would randomly drift about in the void, and even a titanic existence like the 7 Luminaries Alliance could only rely on luck to find the void god settlement. However, so long as players managed to come across the settlement of void gods, their chances of becoming a Void Saint would instantly increase to a minimum of 50%. I truly didn't think the farce of getting me to earn contribution points would actually lead me to encounter the settlement of void gods. Saint Nine thought as he and Calgren's Tier 4 team were frantically making their way to the distant floating island on their flying mounts. Void Saint. So long as he could become a Void Saint, he would instantly be strong enough to defeat all of the ancient River Kingdom's paragons. Even becoming the Starlight Realm's strongest paragon wouldn't be out of the question. It seems my chances are going to be bleak. Thousand Scars thought as she enviously looked at the several 100-man teams of Tier 4 players flying toward the Void God settlement. There were far too many Void Sea Serpents and Void Sea Dragons in the way of the floating island. Without Tier 5 combatants, it was nigh impossible to safely reach the island in a short amount of time. Although the Flower of Seven Sins had over 100 Tier 4 experts in its fleet, none possessed strength at the Tier 5 standard. This remained true even after they factored in the use of magic arrays. So the Flower of Seven Sins members could only rely on their advanced worship to advance bit by bit. However, while Thousand Scars was busy envying paragons like Saint Nine and Trecht, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded from a distance, the roar instantly petrifying the Void Sea Serpents and Void Sea Dragons. A dragon? Before Thousand Scars could determine where the dragon's roar came from, a gigantic figure suddenly flew across the advanced warship she was on, the speed of the figure rivaling Tier 6 players. Although it was only an instant, Thousand Scars, as a Tier 4 expert, still managed to catch a glimpse of this gigantic figure's appearance. It was a dark dragon with a body measuring over 100 meters in length. While Thousand Scars was wondering why a dragon would appear in this place, she got a better look at the dragon, and she couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what she saw. It turned out that the dragon wasn't by itself. Instead, a group of people was riding on the dragon's back, and Thousand Scars was incredibly familiar with this group. I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. Thousand Scars muttered in denial as she rubbed her eyes before taking another look at the dragon flying into the distance. Dragons were apex existences in God's domain, and the appearance of one could cause a huge commotion in any location. So, how could Zero Wings members possibly be riding atop a dragon's back? If what she just saw wasn't a hallucination, then there could only be one explanation for it. She was still fast asleep. No, you didn't see wrongly, Scars. Those are indeed Zero Wings members, Death Omen said, similarly shocked by what she just saw. While the various hegemonic powers were feeling proud of themselves for owning a bronze warship in the miniature ancient world, Zero Wing had already found itself a dragon to ride on. That can't possibly be a real dragon, right, Big Sis Omen? Thousand Scars asked Death Omen in a whisper. Dragons were extremely rare in God's domain, and very few players had actually seen one in person. However, Death Omen was one of the Flower of Seven Sins commanders. Not only had she seen real dragons, but she had even slain them before. So, if Thousand Scars had to name someone knowledgeable about dragons, it would definitely have to be Death Omen. Meanwhile, after pondering for a moment, Death Omen firmly said, "That isn't a real dragon. A real dragon is much more terrifying than that. Merely standing in the presence of a Tier 4 dragon is enough to suffocate and petrify ordinary Tier 4 experts." Thousand Scars immediately felt relieved when she heard Death Omen's answer. Dragons were akin to natural disasters in God's domain. They were also known to be invincible among opponents of the same tier. If Zero Wing truly did manage to tame a Tier 4 dragon, the situation in the miniature ancient world would become very different in the future. It should be known that contracted monsters could be promoted to higher tiers. If Zero Wing truly did own a Tier 4 dragon and managed to promote it to Tier 5, not even the Paimon conglomerate could do anything against Zero Wing in the miniature ancient world. After all, Tier 6 players entering the miniature ancient world would be subjected to the miniature ancient world suppression. They could, at most, exhibit power at the standard of Tier 5 players. In that case, how are they supposed to fight against a Tier 5 dragon? Well, I can confirm that thing isn't a dragon. Before Thousand Scars could feel relieved for too long, Death Omen suddenly revealed a wry smile as she said, "If my guess is correct, That thing is likely to be a legendary mount. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3305. Chapter 379, Laura's Sword. Chapter 3305. Chapter 379. Laura's Sword. Chapter 379. Laura's Sword, a legendary mount? 1,000 Scars fell into a daze when she heard Death Omen's words. Is this the reason for his confidence? Flying mounts were incredibly rare. They were so rare that even Tier 6 experts would have difficulty getting their hands on an extraordinary flying mount in the greater god's domain, let alone legendary flying mounts. Throughout the entire Starlight Realm's history, no more than 100 legendary flying mounts have been recorded. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that legendary flying mounts were rarer than dragons. The value of a legendary flying mount also wasn't the least bit inferior to a contracted Tier 4 or Tier 5 dragon. Compared to a contracted Tier 4 or Tier 5 dragon, a legendary flying mount had a much greater chance of getting promoted to Tier 6. It should be that a single Tier 6 flying mount had enough HP and destructive power to rival several dozen Tier 6 players. Even a Tier 6 expert clad in a legendary equipment set and wielding a legendary equipment could only hope to match a Tier 6 flying mount. Moreover, this was only under the assumption that the Tier 6 expert was fighting in the greater god's domain or their native world. If players tried to fight in a foreign world, they would be subjected to the world suppression. Under this suppression, a Tier 6 expert clad in a complete legendary equipment set and wielding a legendary weapon could, at best, match a native Tier 6 expert wielding a legendary weapon. Needless to say, they'd be of no threat to a Tier 6 flying mount in such a weakened state. Normally, so long as a power owned a Tier 6 flying mount, even conglomerates would have difficulty dealing with said power unless they had the strength to destroy an entire god's domain. However, in the greater god's domain, few powers possessed such strength. While 1,000 Scars was in a daze, Zero Wings members couldn't help but grow ecstatic as they rode on the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon. "You're amazing, guild leader," Su Qianlu said excitedly as she admired the shocked expressions of the players stuck in the Void Sea. The various powers are probably feeling dumbfounded right now. There were tens of millions of mythic-ranked Void Sea serpents on the Void Sea. This was a very frightening beast tide. With just the players and ships currently gathered here, there was no way to clear out these monsters in a short time. As a result, even the various hegemonic powers could only advance through the Void Sea at a snail's pace. At this rate, even getting close to the Void God settlement would be a problem for the various hegemonic powers, let alone reaching it. However, it was a different story for Zero Wing. Although there were also monsters blocking the sky, the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon could break through these monsters' blockade easily. And once overtaken, none of these monsters could catch up to the Frostflame Dragon since their movement speeds were inferior to flying mounts. Because of this, the various hegemonic powers could only watch as Zero Wing's team rapidly closed in on the floating island. Meanwhile, after seeing the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon leaving behind the various powers' fleets, Wu Xiaoxiao looked to Jun Luosha and smiled, asking, "Well, I didn't lie to you, right, big sis Luosha? It's not a loss for you to join Zero Wing. None of the various hegemonic powers can hope to compare with Zero Wing." "I truly did not think Guild Leader Black Flame would own a legendary flying mount," Jun Luosha exclaimed. "So long as this mount reaches Tier 5, Zero Wing can indeed hold its ground against the Divine Seal Saint." Currently, the miniature ancient world only allowed foreign Tier 4 players to enter it. No matter how much power the Divine Seal Saint wielded, he could, at most, send Tier 4 players on the verge of reaching Tier 5 into the miniature ancient world, and have these players quickly get promoted to Tier 5 once they entered the World Passage. However, if the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon successfully got promoted to Tier 5, it'd be invincible among Tier 5 players. At that time, Zero Wing could put up a good fight even if it had to go up against an army of Tier 5 players. And if the flying mount could get promoted to Tier 6, it'd be invincible in the miniature ancient world. At that time, even a force of 100 Tier 6 players would be nothing to it. Of course, the Paimon conglomerate would never mobilize 100 Tier 6 players into the miniature ancient world. After all, a force of 100 Tier 6 players was significant even to the Paimon conglomerate. There was no way the conglomerate would commit so much combat power to a measly miniature ancient world. As the mutated Frost Flame, Phantom Dragon, shook off the various powers' fleets, Daira's party of 5 also took notice of it. Damn it. Damn these natives. How did a bunch of natives get their hands on a legendary flying mount? Daira cursed, his eyes burning with jealousy as he looked at the rapidly approaching Frost Flame Dragon. As mighty as the Paimon conglomerate was, even it only had 4 legendary flying mounts in its possession. Moreover, they were acquired through many years of effort and accumulation. Meanwhile, apart from the conglomerate's current helmsman getting to use one, the remaining 3 were in the hands of the conglomerate's old monsters. So, let alone Daira, not even his father, the Divine Seal Saint, got to use a legendary flying mount. If his father wanted to obtain a legendary flying mount, he'd either have to wait until the conglomerate found a new one or one of the conglomerate's old monsters thoroughly retired from God's domain. Yet now, a measly native of the miniature ancient world actually owned a legendary flying mount. This situation was utterly absurd. Rest assured, young master, even if Black Flame has a legendary flying mount, he still won't beat us to the Void God's settlement. Platinum Behemoth, the leader of the 4 Beast Warriors, said in a reassuring tone. The other 3 Beast Warriors also nodded in agreement. The closer they got to the Void God settlement, the more void creatures they had to face. When they got within 10,000 yards of the floating island, they already had to go up against over 100 void sea serpents and over a dozen void sea dragons simultaneously. The only reason their party of 5 could still advance toward the floating island at a rapid pace was because they had 4 Tier 5 players in a battle array. A legendary flying mount might be powerful, but its massive body would also attract the attention of many void creatures. Take the current situation, for example. Even though the Frost Flame Dragon had yet to move within 10,000 yards of the floating island, it already had to go up against over 400 void sea serpents and over a dozen void sea dragons at a time. With only a Tier 4 legendary flying mount, Zero Wing's team shouldn't think of advancing any further once they reached the 10,000-yard mark. I know that, Daira said before retracting his gaze and refocusing his attention on the floating island. A legendary flying mount might be tempting, but it was nothing compared to the Void Saint hidden class. So long as he could become a Void Saint, he might very well have a chance of joining the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Senate. Even the Paimon conglomerate's helmsman would have to behave humbly in front of him if he succeeded. Obtaining a legendary flying mount would also become a piece of cake. A short moment later, the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon could be seen catching up to the flying mounts belonging to paragons such as Trekt and Saint Nine. At the same time, all these flying mounts entered within 10,000 yards of the floating island. Meanwhile, as soon as these flying mounts crossed the 10,000-yard mark, each flying mount came face to face with over 1,000 void sea serpents and several dozen void sea dragons. Trekt and the other paragons could feel their scalps tingling when they saw how many enemies they had to go up against. It was especially so when they saw how many void sea dragons stood in their way. The void sea dragons were not only superior mythic monsters, but also void sea creatures. Even players with Tier 5 combat power could, at most, resist the attacks of 2 or 3 void sea dragons simultaneously. They would instantly fall if they had to go up against several dozen simultaneously. At this time, Trekt and the other paragons weren't the only ones feeling the pressure. Midsummer and the others riding atop the Frostflame Dragon also felt their confidence wavering. Everyone get ready to defend, Su Qianlu anxiously commanded as she readied the staff in her hand. The frost flame dragon might be faster than the void creatures, but it still needed considerable time to maneuver its way across the monster's blockade. This meant that those riding on the frost flame dragon would have to survive the onslaught of several dozen void sea dragons for a considerable amount of time. That won't be necessary. While everyone was getting ready to defend themselves, Laura suddenly stepped to the front of the crowd. Then she calmly said, "All you need to do is stand still. Stand still." Midsummer and the others couldn't help but be confused as they looked at Laura, failing to comprehend what the other party was trying to convey. However, before the crowd on the frost flame dragon's back could process Laura's words, Laura suddenly unsheathed the long sword by her waist. Subsequently, all everyone managed to see was a blinding light appearing in front of them, followed by Laura returning her long sword to its sheath. Boom! 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 When Laura's long sword clicked into its sheath, blood suddenly burst from the bodies of the several dozen void sea dragons in the distance. Then these superior mythic monsters fell to the void sea down below one after another. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3306, Chapter 380, Demigod. Chapter 3306, Chapter 380, Demigod. Chapter 380, Demigod == TL notes. Made a change to Chapter 380, Original. Meanwhile, as soon as these flying mounts crossed the 10,000-yard mark, each flying mount came face to face with over 1,000 void sea serpents and several dozen void sea dragons. Trekt and the other paragons could feel their scalps tingling when they saw how many enemies they had to go up against. It was especially so when they saw how many void sea dragons stood in their way. Change to, meanwhile, as soon as these flying mounts crossed the 10,000-yard mark, a significantly greater number of monsters moved to hinder their advance. Among them, the mutated frost flame phantom dragon had to deal with over 1,000 void sea serpents and several dozen void sea dragons simultaneously. Trekt and the other paragons felt their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. It was especially so when they saw the grouping of void sea dragons. Impossible. Who is she? Whether it was Trekt and the other Tier 4 paragons or the 4 beast warriors, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw the several dozen void sea dragons blocking Zero Wing's team falling into the void sea. They were so shocked by this scene that they had nearly forgotten to defend themselves against the void sea dragons they faced. Meanwhile, standing atop the frost flame dragon's back, Midsummer couldn't help but turn to look at Sherfong and ask, "Who is this person, guild leader?" Even Trekt, an existence on par with Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated battle maniac, had great difficulty going up against 3 void sea dragons by himself. If he tried to take on several dozen void sea dragons by himself, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. After all of the void sea dragons could attack from range. If several dozen of them attacked, there'd be no room for him to make evasive maneuvers. Yet the woman named Laura Crater had heavily damaged several dozen void sea dragons in one move. Her strength was utterly horrifying. Xiao, has Zero Wing always had such an expert? June Luosha asked, the corner of her eyes twitching as she looked at Wu Xiao. The degree of shock she experienced from seeing what just happened was beyond the shock she experienced from learning about Sherfang's ownership of a legendary flying mount. At this time, June Luosha could only think of one word to describe the woman known as Laura Crater. Invincible. True invincibility. Daira's 4 bodyguards had to work together just to hold back a dozen or so void sea dragons from attacking Daira. Moreover, that was under the condition that all 4 of them had reached Tier 5. It should be known that the 4 beast warriors were not some random nobodies. They were paragons nurtured by the Paimon conglomerate for many years. During their early years, their names were known throughout the Starlight Realm, and the fame they enjoyed back then went far beyond what paragons like Trekt currently enjoyed. But now, comparing the 4 beast warriors to Laura Crater felt like comparing the glow of 4 fireflies with the glow of a full moon. With an expert like Laura Crater defending Zero Wing, the guild's position in the miniature ancient world would be unshakable. Did Zero Wing have such an expert? Wu Xiaoxiao did not have an answer to Jun Luosha's question. This was because she was equally shocked and confused by this situation. She never knew Zero Wing had an expert of Laura's caliber under its command. The reason behind Wu Xiaoxiao's confidence in inviting Jun Luosha to join Zero Wing was because of Shifeng and the 100 Refinement building in Gazing Moon City. Meanwhile, like Jun Luosha, this was the first time Wu Xiaoxiao was meeting with the person known as Laura Crater. While everyone was immersed in shock and confusion, Shifeng steered the Frost Flame Dragon to the floating island. In only a few seconds, the Frost Flame Dragon overtook Daira's party of 5. Meanwhile, every Void Sea Dragon that tried to hinder the Frost Flame Dragon's advance was struck down without fail by Laura's sword. Damn it! Daira cursed when he saw that Zero Wing's team had moved within 1,000 yards of the floating island. Then he turned to Platinum Behemoth and asked, "Platinum, what is that person's standard?" "Tier 6. Platinum Behemoth said, a hint of fear surfacing in his eyes as he looked at the distant Laura Crater. Her strike just now has already reached the entry level of the Tier 6 standard. The entry level of Tier 6. Surprised, Daira exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean she's already on par with White Owl?" "Most likely." Platinum Behemoth nodded. "If we have to compete against her for the legacy, we have 0 chances of winning. White Owl was one of the Paimon conglomerate's current 10 core paragons. Not only did she receive a fragmented legendary equipment set from the conglomerate, but she was even assigned a legendary weapon of high compatibility. Recently, she had even successfully constructed a Tier 5 epic mana body, becoming a candidate for the conglomerate's 3 overlords position in the future. At the same time, White Owl was also responsible for commanding the Tier 4 army that would be invading the miniature ancient world to deal with Zero Wing. Moreover, because of a favor she owed to the Divine Seal Saint several years ago, she had agreed to complete her promotion to Tier 5 as soon as she entered the World Passage. Damn it! Contact White Owl and have her hurry over here." Daira said in dissatisfaction, "It's all that damned Zero Wing's fault. Once White Owl's group arrives, I'll make sure Zero Wing suffers." The appearance of the Void God settlement in the miniature ancient world's World Passage was a huge surprise, even for him. Originally, he had thought of monopolizing the Void Saint legacy, but that evidently wouldn't be possible now. When Platinum Behemoth had gone offline to contact White Owl, Zero Wing's team also arrived on the Void God's floating island. When Hidden Soul, who had only gotten promoted to Tier 4 recently, felt the eternal energy present on the island, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What an incredible place this is! Not only does it have such dense mana, but it even has eternal energy diffused across the air. This place will be wonderful for training." Gentle Snow, who had similarly reached Tier 4, excitedly nodded in agreement. Setting aside the solidified mana environment, just the eternal energy diffused in the air was enough to make it the dream training ground of countless players. Players seeking to train their skills, spells, and combat techniques could achieve incredible results here. Even players looking to create their Tier 5 mana body could receive great help from the environment here. "This isn't a place for training," Shifeng said, shaking his head as he looked at the numerous void chains that covered the island. "Not for training." Looking at Shifeng in confusion, Midsummer asked, "Wasn't it mentioned that the Void Saint legacy could be found here?" "The Void Saint legacy indeed exists here," Shifeng said. Then he turned to look at a nearby town and explained, "But this island itself is a space-time prison built specifically to imprison the greater gods, domains, demigods. Void gods constantly wandered the void, so most people knew very little about them. However, Shurfeng happened to come across a piece of important information related to the void gods during his previous life. This information was also one of the greater gods' domain's great secrets. Imprisoned demigods? Do demigods need to be imprisoned? Existence capable of being regarded as a demigod in God's domain were NPCs who were only one step away from reaching Tier 6. However, there were plenty of such demigod-rank NPCs in the greater God's domain. There was also very little these demigod NPCs could accomplish in the greater God's domain, since even a country like the ancient River Kingdom had Tier 6 NPCs guarding it. It is naturally unnecessary to imprison ordinary demigods, Shurfeng said before pausing for a short moment. Then he continued, but what if it's a demigod who has destroyed a kingdom or an empire in the greater God's domain? What? A demigod who has destroyed a country in the greater God's domain? How is that even possible? Wu Xiaoxiao did not believe Shurfeng's words for even a second. No matter how powerful a demigod was, they would still be nothing more than Tier 5 NPCs. Meanwhile, the greater God's domain was a place where many Tier 6 NPCs existed. There was no way a demigod could destroy an entire kingdom in the greater God's domain, much less an empire. However, in response to Wu Xiaoxiao's doubt, Shurfeng simply chuckled and did not bother offering additional explanations. In God's domain, there are significant differences even between demigods. In fact, the difference could be even bigger than the gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6. If memory serves him correctly, it wouldn't be long before a piece of major news would shake the entire greater God's domain: the destruction of a realm caused by a demigod. While Shurfeng and the others were making their way closer to the nearby village, a powerful voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds, the voice instilling fear into everyone's souls. Humans, this is not a place for you to approach. System, you have discovered the settlement of void gods. You have triggered a legendary main storyline quest for the greater God's domain. Do you wish to accept the quest? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3307. Chapter 381. Pseudo-Fifth Floor Expert. Chapter 3307. Chapter 381. Pseudo-Fifth Floor Expert. Chapter 381. Pseudo-Fifth Floor Expert. TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 381. 10 Core Paragons - 10 Great Paragons. A legendary main storyline quest for the greater God's domain. Everyone from Zero Wing subconsciously gulped when they saw the system notification they had just received. They did not know whether they should be smiling or crying over the situation. According to the information they gathered, legendary quests remained incredibly rare in the greater God's domain. Most Tier 6 experts would only come across 1 or 2 legendary quests throughout their careers in God's domain. As for legendary main storyline quests related to the greater God's domain, their rarity was even higher, and most players in the greater God's domain would spend their entire careers in God's domain without ever seeing one. Meanwhile, so long as players could complete such a legendary main storyline quest, the resulting effects could affect the entire greater God's domain. The rewards players could receive from completing such a quest would also be beyond their wildest imaginations. Though, conversely, the penalty would be unbelievably harsh if they fail such a quest. Out of everyone present, Shurfeng was the only person unfazed by the quest notification. After looking at the notification, he said through the team chat, "Anyone who wishes to attempt becoming a Void Saint can accept the quest. The system won't assign the actual quest to you until you become a Void Saint. So, if you fail the class change, the only penalty you'll receive is a prohibition from attempting the Void Saint class change in the future." The Void Saint class was different from his Sword Law Saint class in that it wasn't unique. There was no limit to the number of players who could become a Void Saint. However, every player would only ever have one opportunity to attempt to class change into a Void Saint. So long as they failed, they couldn't attempt the class change again, even if they started a new account. When Zero Wings members heard Shi Feng's explanation, they breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, though, everyone couldn't help but be surprised by Shi Feng's explanation. It was especially true for Laura Crater and the other members of the Glimmer Adventure team. The details of becoming a Void Saint were a secret known by only those standing at the apex of the greater god's domain. So Laura and the others couldn't help but wonder how Shi Feng, someone who supposedly lacked a powerful background, would know about this secret. Subsequently, everyone apart from Shi Feng and Laura chose to accept the quest. Then, after everyone had made their decisions, a large phantom suddenly appeared in front of the town. The phantom was a 100-meter tall giant that looked like someone had cut out a portion of a starry sky and shaped it into a person. The instant the phantom appeared, everyone present could feel a powerful divine might washing over them. The divine might was so powerful that even Shi Feng and Laura found themselves completely immobilized. Void Phantom. God Void Saint level? HP? What a powerful doppelganger. It should be known that Laura was already a bona fide Tier 5 Sword Saint, whereas Shi Feng might not have reached Tier 5 yet, but he was already strong enough to match Tier 5 players. In their current states, not even Tier 6 gods could immobilize them using only divine might. Yet now the two of them were rendered immobile by the divine might of a mere doppelganger. Humans, I've warned you, the Void Phantom coldly said. Since you insist on entering, be prepared to accept the consequences. As soon as the Void Phantom finished speaking, it made a grabbing gesture with its hand, instantly causing everyone except Shi Feng and Laura to vanish into thin air. Then, the Void Phantom gradually dissipated and disappeared. Upon seeing this, Shi Feng and Laura did not panic. They also didn't choose to leave their current location, opting to wait outside the town for the others to return. After all, there were dangers all over the island, and it would be difficult for most Tier 4 players to survive against the level 150+ Tier 5 legendary monsters that occupied the island. Hopefully, someone can succeed, Shi Feng inwardly prayed as he looked at the town that was wrapped in void chains. It would be a huge jackpot for Zero Wing if anyone manages to become a Void Saint. Void Saints were known to be invincible among those of the same tier when fighting in the void. They could even transcend tiers. So, even at Tier 5, a Void Saint could be a formidable force. If Zero Wing could have a Void Saint on its side, it would have the qualifications to fight for a foothold in the void zones between realms. Those were places where upper-ranking, hegemonic powers mainly operated. Time quickly passed, and 2 hours went by in the blink of an eye. At this time, a large group of players arrived a short distance away from the island. Among this group of players were Daira's party of 5 and paragons such as Trekt and Saint Nine. However, out of this group of several dozen, Daira, surprisingly, wasn't the one standing in the lead. Instead, it was a short-haired woman wearing a suit of silver armor and a crown that had a sacred appearance. Upon closer observation, one would notice 2 other Tier 5 experts were standing next to this short-haired woman. Of these 2 Tier 5 experts, one was a middle-aged elven woman wielding a staff that looked like it was wrapped by lightning bolts, while the other was a 6-meter-tall middle-aged man with a muscular body and tan skin. Both these 2 Tier 5 experts and the short-haired woman were at level 140, and all 3 of them were clad in equipment that could absolutely blind the eyes of all players in the miniature ancient world. All 3 of these players were clad in fragmented legendary equipment sets, with the short-haired woman's set being an 8-piece set and the other 2's sets being 6-piece sets. However, for the 2 with 6-piece sets, each of them was equipped with a piece of legendary equipment. Meanwhile, the auras these 3 players radiated were so powerful that ordinary Tier 4 players would have difficulty breathing in their presence. This place can make for an excellent training ground. It's a pity that Saint Arm and I have already ascended to Tier 5. the middle-aged elven woman said after briefly scanning the island with her eyes. Then she turned to Meteor and Star Snail and continued, "But you two have lucked out. Don't tease us, Big Sis Storm," the red-haired youth named Meteor tamely said. "Star Snail, and I admire you and Big Brother St. Arm a lot. You two are only half a step away from reaching the 5th floor standard, whereas Star Snail and I are still far from even reaching the pseudo-5th floor standard." When Trekt and the other paragons saw how the middle-aged elven woman treated Meteor and Star Snail like they were her juniors and how Meteor's and Star Snail's obedient responses, they couldn't help but gape in shock. Meteor and Star Snail were both ranked among the top 10 of the Miniature Ancient Worlds God list. They had also become internal paragons of the Paimon conglomerate at a young age. With their current achievements, it was only a matter of time before they became core members of the Paimon conglomerate. Because of their statuses, Meteor and Star Snail didn't even have to behave respectfully when dealing with the 4 beast warriors. Yet, in front of the elven woman and Tan Man, they behaved no differently than obedient kittens. However, when Meteor and Star Snail saw the reactions of Trekt and the other paragons, they simply rolled their eyes in response. Ignorant fools! Meteor inwardly sneered as he looked at Trekt and the others. Whether it was the middle-aged elven woman or the middle-aged giant man, both were core paragons nurtured by the Paimon conglomerate. In terms of combat standards, both of them have already reached the pseudo-5th floor standard. Although they were met with failure when competing with the position of Paimon's 10 great paragons and forced to ascend to Tier 5, so long as they reached Tier 6, they would be instantly promoted to elders in the Paimon conglomerate. At that time, they would only be one rank beneath the 3 overlords in the conglomerate's chain of command, and their statuses would be vastly superior to existences like the 4 beast warriors. Meanwhile, when the middle-aged elven woman saw the 2 cloaked figures standing outside the distant town, she looked to Platinum Behemoth and asked, "Are those 2 Zero Wings members?" "Yes." Platinum Behemoth hurriedly nodded. Apart from their group, the only players that could possibly be on this floating island right now were Zero Wings members. After hearing Platinum Behemoth's answer, the elven woman promptly swung the staff she wielded. "Disappear, you nuisances! If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3308. Chapter 382, Another Lunatic? Chapter 3308. Chapter 382, Another Lunatic? Chapter 382, Another Lunatic? 1,000 yards away, outside the town on the floating island, when the middle-aged elven woman swung the staff she wielded, 3 magic arrays with a 500-yard radius instantly formed in the sky, every one of them being a magic array for a Tier 5 spell. Tier 5 spell, Forbidden Realm. Tier 5 spell, Life Bondage. Tier 5 spell, Thunder's Fury. All 3 of these spells were top tier among Tier 5 spells. A Tier 5 Grand Wizard at the 4th floor standard would be fortunate if they could silent cast one of them, while a titled expert could only barely silent cast 2 simultaneously. After all, the complexity of spells increased exponentially along with the increase of their tiers. Yet the elven woman had easily silent cast 3 Tier 5 spells simultaneously. The level of control she just displayed was simply ungodly, and even the 4 beast warriors and paragons such as Trekt couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Is this the strength of a pseudo-5th floor expert? Meteor couldn't help but sigh ruefully as he watched the 3 Tier 5 spells taking shape. Although he was regarded as a titled expert, which essentially meant he had reached the peak of the 4th floor standard, it was evident that there was still a huge gap between him and someone who had already taken half a step into the 5th floor standard. When can I also reach this standard? Star Snail wondered enviously. It might seem like titled experts were only one step away from matching pseudo-5th floor experts, but there was an insurmountable gap between the two. After all, a titled expert was still only at the domain realm, whereas a pseudo-5th floor expert was already in the beyond domain realm. A pseudo-5th floor expert could maintain peak focus at all times. They could even grasp their sixth sense, becoming able to predict all of their opponent's movements ahead of time and move in response to those predictions. On top of that, they could instinctively exhibit the power of silver combat techniques with their every move. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a pseudo-fifth floor expert could beat titled experts to a point where the latter couldn't even resist. Meanwhile, when Saint Arm, the 6-meter-tall man, saw the magic arrays in the sky, he said in dissatisfaction, "Aren't you a little too quick to act, Storm? How am I supposed to get any action like this? First come, first served. It's your fault for being slow," the elven woman named Storm nonchalantly responded. While Storm was speaking, the 3 Tier 5 spells she cast also began their performance. However, just when everyone thought the 3 Tier 5 spells would devastate the land outside the town, one of the cloaked figures, a woman, targeted by Storm's spells, suddenly stood up from the ground and drew her sword. Then, following her actions, was a bright flash. When the bright flash disappeared, all mana in the sky vanished along with it. As a result, the 3 Tier 5 spells crumbled apart, failing to activate properly. Naturally, none of the lands outside the town was subjected to any devastation. Void Annihilation, the 26th ranked absolute technique. Platinum Behemoth exclaimed when he saw the empty space in the sky distorting. If the average player in the greater God's domain were to see someone distorting space in the void, they would most likely think nothing of it. However, for any expert yearning to learn the greater God's domain's 99 absolute techniques, they would instantly recognize it as the product of Void Annihilation, the 26th ranked absolute technique. This was because a certain Tier 6 powerhouse had relied on this technique to secure the championship of the 7 Luminaries League's A-League. In terms of raw power, Void Annihilation was already comparable to gold combat techniques. The only reason it was evaluated as an advanced silver combat technique was due to a limitation that prevented users from using the combat technique consecutively. Otherwise, it'd be no different than gold combat techniques. Before everyone could get over their shock from seeing Void Annihilation, the cloaked woman drew her sword once more. Boom! A thunderous explosion immediately echoed across the floating island. Then, before anyone could process what just happened, the space next to Storm suddenly distorted, forming a distorted barrier of sorts. "This will be your only warning. Turn back now," Laura declared as she looked in Storm's direction. Then, she sheathed her long sword and sat back down under the shade of the tree next to her, closing her eyes to rest. Is she crazy? Meteor and the others couldn't help but look at Laura with stupefied looks on their faces. It should be known that even Daira had to curb his arrogance in front of White Owl's party. Yet Laura had threatened White Owl's party. What are these people from Zero Wing made of? Trecht was at a loss for words when he saw Laura threatening White Owl's party. Previously, he thought he had already seen the limits of insanity when he saw Black Flame killing Daira. He never thought he would see the day when someone would threaten a party of core paragons from the Paimon conglomerate to withdraw. For a moment, Trecht even had the urge to ask what Zero Wing's members actually thought of the Paimon conglomerate. Do you think you're invincible just because you've grasped Void Annihilation? Storm was incensed by Laura's threat. Immediately, Storm executed Elven Heart, a god-ranked mana technique that elevated her concentration and mana standards. Then, 2 Tier 5 curses could be seen forming above and under Laura. Both curses capable of exhibiting power comparable to Laura's Void Annihilation. Sensing the change in mana flow around her, Laura leisurely stood up and placed her hand around the hilt of her sword. Second form, Soul Break. There was no bright flash this time. Apart from seeing Laura mutter a few words, Meteor and the others saw nothing else happening. Instead, only silence followed after Laura stopped speaking. Then, before anyone realized it, Storm's HP fell to 0. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3309, Chapter 383, Apex Clash. Chapter 3309. Chapter 383. Apex Clash Chapter 383. Apex Clash. She died? Storm got killed in one hit? Meteor and the other Tier 4 experts present were at a loss for words when they saw Storm's HP suddenly falling to 0, none of them knowing what had just happened. Since when did Void Annihilation have a second form? What a quick strike! Platinum Behemoth broke out in cold sweat as he looked at Laura's distant figure. Platinum Behemoth was currently a Tier 5 player, so unlike Meteor and the other Tier 4 experts, he had caught a glimpse of Laura's attack just now. Or, more specifically, only those with Tier 5 physiques and reaction speeds could possibly hope to perceive Laura's attack. Meanwhile, from what Platinum Behemoth managed to see, Laura had executed 5 slashes after she finished speaking, each one faster than the last. By the 5th slash, he couldn't even see her attack. At the same time, Platinum Behemoth also saw Storm reacting to Laura's attacks, the elven woman instinctively creating a magic barrier and raising her staff to defend herself. However, Storm only managed to defend against the first 3 strikes, whereas the 4th and 5th slashes struck her squarely on the body. With the cloth armor Storm wore, there was no way she could survive 2 full Tier 6 attacks. Different from the 4 Beast Warriors and the various Tier 4 experts, White Owl, Saint Arm, and Dyra reacted calmly to Storm's death. Before Meteor and the others could make sense of the 3's reactions, they suddenly saw Storm's body vanishing in the blink of an eye and reappearing at a location roughly 20 yards away. The elven woman was also alive and healthy at this time. You've even used Illusory World? Did you need to get so serious, Storm? Saint Arm jokingly said as he watched Storm flying back. When it came to pseudo-5th floor experts like them, it was incredibly difficult for opponents of the same tier to kill them. After all, by relying on the 6th sense they grasped after reaching the Beyond Domain realm, they could predict most, if not all, dangers and take appropriate countermeasures. Of course, it'd be a different story if the opponent had strength so overwhelming that it could render all of their countermeasures useless. However, it should be known that Storm possessed many life-saving capabilities. Not only did she possess numerous Tier 4 and Tier 5 life-saving spells, but she also had the True Amulet, a legendary equipment that could let her avoid death once a day. Unless the opponent was someone on the level of White Owl, it would take a significant amount of time to kill Storm. Moreover, that was under the precondition that Storm did not try to run away. If Storm focused on escaping, even White Owl could not kill her. Why don't you try fighting her, then? Storm said as she rolled her eyes at Saint Arm. Illusory World was a life-saving spell she learned after getting promoted to Tier 5. The spell allowed her to enter an illusory space while leaving behind a phantom of herself in the real world. The phantom possessed all of her abilities, and it could attack her opponents while she waited for an opportunity to launch an ambush from the illusory space. Originally, Storm had planned to launch a 2-pronged attack with her phantom. However, the instant she harbored thoughts of attacking Laura, her 6th sense warned her of great danger, so she promptly dismissed her plan of attacking Laura with her main body as well. Instead, she decided to let her phantom do all the fighting while she stood by and observed what kind of cards Laura had up her sleeves. Only, Storm didn't think her phantom would get killed after only one exchange. Me. Saint Arm shook his head. I'm no fool. She has a legendary weapon. I'm no match for her in a one-on-one. You. Storm grew even more incensed upon hearing Saint Arm's reply. She didn't think Saint Arm would be such a coward, admitting defeat without even trying to fight Laura. Neither of you needs to take her on. Leave her to me, White Owl, the short-haired woman, suddenly said before leaping into the air. Then, while making her way to Laura, she added, You two take care of the kid over there. Understood. Storm and Saint Arm responded respectfully, neither of them questioning White Owl's decision as they were fully confident in their commander's capabilities. In addition to being one of the Paimon conglomerate's 10 great paragons, White Owl had also created an epic mana body for her Tier 5 promotion. In her current state, she could even hold her ground against actual Tier 6 players. Not to mention, Laura was only a Tier 5 Sword Saint. As a Tier 5 Divine Rune Warrior, White Owl could easily overpower Laura in terms of strength. As soon as Storm and Saint Arm voiced their responses, a great sword wrapped in starlight appeared in White Owl's right hand. Immediately afterward, White Owl swung the dazzling weapon with both hands, sending a blade of light flying in Laura's direction. At the same time, the mana around White Owl transformed into a miniature star that covered a 300-yard radius and disintegrated everything caught within its range. Starfall, the 49th ranked absolute technique. Is this the strength of one of Paymon's 10 great paragons? Trekt couldn't help but gasp when he saw the miniature star that had formed before him. Devastation. True devastation. Sensing the power contained within this miniature star, Trekt had no doubt that could destroy an entire island in the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, Laura finally got serious when going up against this devastating attack, choosing to unsheath the long sword by her waist as she got ready to welcome White Owl's attack. "What an amazing sword!" Sherfong mentally exclaimed as he looked at the dark long sword in Laura's hand. The entire weapon was pitch black like the night sky, and the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing. Yet, despite its dark appearance, the weapon radiated a faint silver glow. In the past, Laura would sheath her longsword as soon as she was done executing her attacks. So, this was the first time Sherfong could inspect it in detail. When it came to knowledge about one-handed swords, Sherfong wouldn't say that he was the most knowledgeable in the greater god's domain, but he dared to say that he ranked among the top 3. Yet, the long sword Laura wielded did not match the appearance of any legendary sword in his knowledge. In fact, it didn't even have the basic mana-gathering properties of a legendary weapon. However, there was no way Laura's long sword was beneath the legendary rank. Not on his life would Sherfong believe the weapon was inferior to legendary weapons. In that case, Sherfong could only think of one possibility to explain why he had no knowledge of Laura's weapon and why the longsword could exhibit the power of legendary weapons without having the basic properties of a legendary weapon. A fragmented divine artifact. What Laura wielded in her hand was a weapon Sherfong had constantly dreamed of obtaining during his previous life. For the sake of obtaining a fragmented divine weapon, he had even paid numerous powers exorbitant prices to help him in searching for clues. At this moment, Sherfong finally understood why Laura was confident she could break through the Paimon conglomerate's blockade once she got promoted to Tier 5. After all, a fragmented divine weapon could instantly elevate the average 4th-floor expert to the apex of the greater god's domain once this expert reached Tier 6. If such a weapon was put into the hands of Laura's caliber, anything could become possible. Subsequently, Laura could be seen charging forward and stabbing her long sword into the miniature star that White Owl had transformed into. When both sides made contact, dazzling lights emerged from the point of contact. Then, the miniature star could be seen rapidly dimming before eventually bursting apart and revealing White Owl using both hands to swing her starlight great sword into Laura's dark longsword. Boom! A powerful explosion resulted from the collision of weapons. However, it wasn't the last explosion, but rather the first of many as White Owl began brandishing her starlight great sword and sending a barrage of attacks at Laura as if she were firing a machine gun. Tier 5 Taboo Skill, Self-Acceleration. Heaven's Collapse, the 30th Absolute Technique. The Taboo Skill and Absolute Technique combined allowed White Owl to become a machine of mass destruction. She executed over 100 attacks in the blink of an eye, and not even Tier 5 players like the 4 Beast Warriors could keep up with the attacks. However, Laura was not at all inferior to White Owl. With a simple thrust of her long sword, over 100 streamers formed before her, each streamer carrying power at the Tier 6 standard. Boom, boom, boom. After hundreds of exchanges between Laura and White Owl, The sky above the floating island began to distort, and even the legendary monsters on the island started to distance themselves from the town. However, as the number of exchanges increased, those spectating the fight quickly noticed a problem. White Owl's HP was decreasing bit by bit. Although White Owl would only lose small amounts of HP in every exchange, her HP had already fallen to 70% after several hundred exchanges. At this rate, it was clear that it was only a matter of time before White Owl got killed. Partway through the fight, White Owl suddenly distanced herself from Laura. Then she glared at Storm and Saint Arm, shouting, "Why aren't you two getting rid of that kid yet?" Storm and Saint Arm instantly snapped out of their dazes when they heard White Owl's words. Their commander's intentions were clear. They were to work with her to deal with Laura after taking care of Black Flame. Understanding this, Storm and Saint Arm promptly charged at Sherfong, who had similarly been watching the show this entire time. "Don't blame Big Sister for this kid. It'll only hurt for a moment," Storm said, licking her lips as she looked at Sherfong. Then she transformed her staff into a large thunderbolt and threw it at Sherfong. The move Storm just used was Thunder God's Spear, an additional active profound inheritance that came with her staff. Meanwhile, the speed and power of this move were not at all inferior to Laura's Void Annihilation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3310. Chapter 384, 1 verses 2. Chapter 3310. Chapter 384. 1 verses 2. Chapter 384. 1 verses 2. Accompanied by thunder. The Thunder God's spear in Storm's hand instantly flew through the sky and reached Sherfong. Its speed so fast that even Meteor and the other spectating Tier 4 experts had failed to catch it. However, at the same time as the Thunder God's spear arrived before Sherfong, the flow of time seemingly slowed down. Moreover, this phenomenon wasn't limited to just Sherfang's vicinity. Everything within a 500-yard radius had seemingly entered a state of stagnation. The descent of the falling leaves had slowed to a halt, and the dirt raised from the ground stayed suspended in the air. At this moment, Sherfong, the epicenter of this strange phenomenon, appeared to be the only existence unaffected. Subsequently, Sherfong could be seen unsheathing the Winter of Eternal Night and executing a simple strike against the Thunder God's spear, forcibly altering its trajectory. Ultimately, the Thunder God's spear failed to hit Sherfong, only brushing past Sherfang's shoulder and flattening a distant mountain. How can a Tier 4 player possibly deflect that kind of attack? Meteor was greatly shocked as he looked at the flattened mountain. After all, going by the destruction caused, Storm's Thunder God Spear was already close to rivaling a Tier 6 player's attack. What did he do? Saint Arm was similarly surprised by this turn of events. He knew very clearly how powerful the attack was. Now that Storm had reached Tier 5 already, few existences below Tier 6 should be able to stop her Thunder God Spear. Even if pseudo-fifth floor experts could predict the attack's trajectory, they wouldn't be able to evade it, let alone deflect it. Yet, Sherfong had accomplished this feat through some unknown means. Sherfong drastically slowed down the flow of time around him, causing the Thunder God's spear to lose much of its speed, which, in turn, allowed him to deflect the attack. This was the first time Saint Arm had seen such a phenomenon, and he couldn't help but find it unbelievable. As expected of Thunderstorm, I might have gotten killed if I hadn't promptly upgraded the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank, Sherfong thought, feeling a little surprised as he looked at the vibrating Winter of Eternal Night. It might seem like he had deflected the Thunder God's spear with little effort to everyone, but Sherfong knew just how close to death he was just now. The elven woman, named Thunderstorm, was one of the Paimon conglomerate's iconic figures. She might not be on the level of the 3 overlords, but she was still a top-tier presence in the 7 Luminaries A-League. Thunderstorm was especially known for her mastery over the lightning element. Rather than an elementalist, it'd be more appropriate to describe her as a war goddess of thunder. Her attacks were often so fast that her opponents would get killed before they could even react. Although Thunderstorm had yet to reach Tier 6, her current strength was already plenty terrifying. If not for the winter of Eternal Night having the hidden ability to freeze all things, Shifeng would have definitely failed to react to Thunderstorm's attack just now. After all, Shifeng was still only a Tier 4 player, while his opponent was a Tier 5 player equipped with a 6-piece fragmented legendary equipment set and 1 piece of legendary equipment. Even if he had a legendary weapon and Tier 5 physique, winning against an expert like Thunderstorm would still be impossible. Die. Not giving Shifeng any time to rest, Saint Arm suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng, wielding 2 massive shields. Then he smashed both shields down at Shifeng, his hulking frame making it look like a house was crashing down on Shifeng. However, Saint Arm wasn't just attacking Shifeng with a straightforward shield bash. During his attack, Saint Arm also executed a rapid footwork, instantly creating over 20 realistic afterimages around Shifeng. His speed so fast he could put Tier 5 assassins to shame. Earthen Dance. Shifeng remained unfazed when he saw Saint Arm's realistic afterimages. Instead, he calmly activated World of Frost, causing the flow of time around him to stagnate even more and creating 9 frost swords around him. 9-fold swords orbit. Immediately, Shifeng brandished the 9 frost swords, creating a field of stars that rapidly orbited him in a 50-yard radius. He did not dare to underestimate Saint Arm in the slightest. Saint Arm was of the giant race, one of the few races with the Titan bloodline. At the same time, he also had the Time Guardian class, which was considered a lost class in God's domain. Unlike the winter of Eternal Night, which manipulated time by freezing it, Saint Arm could manipulate time itself. Using this ability, he could accelerate his movements to a significant degree and maintain that accelerated speed throughout entire fights. Meanwhile, as a Tier 5 Time Guardian, Saint Arm could increase his speed by a maximum of 300%. 100% plus 300%. Of course, this powerful ability wasn't without its flaws. Although Time Guardians could increase their movement speed and attack speed to extraordinary extents, their reaction speeds would remain unchanged. So, if a Time Guardian's neural reactions couldn't keep up with their movements, they would only worsen their combat performance if they accelerated themselves too much. In Saint Arm's case, he could only afford to increase his speed by 200%. Subsequently, the countless stars formed around Shifeng started striking Saint Arm's twin shields one after another, each collision pushing Saint Arm back a little. In no time at all, Saint Arm was pushed out of the field of stars, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get within 50 yards of Shifeng. Damn it! Is he really just a Tier 4 Sword Emperor? Saint Arm gnashed his teeth as he looked at the countless stars that orbited Shifeng. Normally, swordsmen and assassins were Saint Arm's favorite classes to go against. This was because both of these classes relied on speed to achieve combat superiority. However, ever since Saint Arm class changed from a shield warrior into a Time Guardian, he was able to overwhelm both classes in terms of speed, negating the advantage of both classes. On top of that, shield warriors were inherently superior to swordsmen and assassins in terms of strength. So, he had essentially become the perfect counter to swordsmen and assassins. But now, not only were Shifeng's frost swords overpowering him, but they were also overwhelming his reaction speed. So long as he got within 50 yards of Shifeng, he would have to face the attacks of at least 5 frost swords simultaneously. In such a situation, he didn't have any room for evasive maneuvers and could only receive the attacks with his shield. "Keep him pinned for me, Saint Arm." Storm suddenly said to Saint Arm through the team chat, "I refuse to believe he can withstand Thunder Realm's avatar." "Thunder Realm's descent? You got it." Saint Arm promptly nodded when he heard Storm's words. Thunder Realm's descent was a combination attack Storm had developed, and it was her ultimate trump card. The attack combined Thunder Realm with a magic barrier that enhanced the curse's power. In the case of Thunder Realm, it was a powerful curse that launched many thunderbolts. Now that Storm was at Tier 5, the curse could easily overwhelm even the reaction speeds of Tier 5 players. As for the magic barrier, it functioned to enhance the power of the individual thunderbolts launched. Subsequently, Saint Arm began attacking Sherfong in a frenzied manner, forcing Sherfong to defend himself with all of his strength to prevent the Time Guardian from getting close to him. In the meantime, Storm began chanting a series of incantations and drawing magic arrays with her staff. From time to time, she would also throw a bunch of mana stones at certain locations. In less than 10 seconds, over 30 Grandmaster magic arrays had appeared in Sherfeng's vicinity, these magic arrays linking together to form one big magic array that covered a 1,000-yard radius. Amazing! She used less than 10 seconds to create a Grandmaster barrier. Trecht exclaimed as he looked at the barrier before him. The construction of magic barriers was complicated and time-consuming. Normally, magicians would prepare magic barriers in advance using magic scrolls. That way, they simply needed to use the scrolls whenever they needed to use a magic barrier. Of course, there was also a problem in doing so. Barriers formed using magic scrolls would have weaker than average power. This was because mana needed to be supplied to the magic scrolls beforehand, and this stored mana would wear away with time. Moreover, due to the limitations of the materials used to create magic scrolls, only a limited amount of mana could be stored in them. Normally, a magic barrier constructed using magic scrolls would be fortunate to exhibit half of the power of the real deal. But because it didn't take much time to construct a magic barrier using magic scrolls, such barriers were much more practical in actual battles. Hence, hardly anyone in the Greater Gods domain would attempt to construct a magic barrier from scratch in the middle of a battle. Yet, Storm had used less than 10 seconds to construct a Grandmaster barrier. The level of skill she possessed was simply astounding. When Storm saw that her magic barrier was active, she promptly waved her staff and shouted, "Thunder Realm!" If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3311. Chapter 385, Magic Suppression? Chapter 3311. Chapter 385, Magic Suppression? Chapter 385, Magic Suppression? TL Notes. Fixed an error in Chapter 384. When Storm saw that her magic barrier was active, she promptly waved her staff and shouted, "Thunder Realm!" Fix 2. When Storm saw that her magic barrier was active, she promptly waved her staff and shouted, "Thunder Realm's Descent!" On the floating island. As soon as Storm finished speaking, a magic barrier that covered a 1,000-yard radius appeared around Sherfong, thunderbolts constantly striking the inside of the barrier. Every thunderbolt carried as much power as the Thunder God's spear previously used by Storm, and these thunderbolts easily numbered more than 300. Upon sensing the devastating power the thunderbolts carried, even the 4 beast warriors, spectating from a distance, couldn't help but shudder. Although the 4 of them had already become Tier 5 players, they knew they couldn't survive this move, even if all 4 of them worked together. Tier 5 players might have a much stronger physique than Tier 4 players, but even a Tier 5 player would be fortunate if they could defend against 100 of these thunderbolts simultaneously. The fact that Thunder Realm could let its user launch over 300 attacks simultaneously was also why, despite having weaker than average raw power compared to other Tier 5 curses, it was still labeled as a curse. However, thanks to the Grandmaster barrier created by Storm, every one of her Thunder Realm's 300-plus lightning bolts now carried power at the Tier 6 standard. Even Tier 6 experts would feel their scalps going numb when going up against such an attack, let alone Tier 5 players. Is this the strength of the conglomerate's core paragons? Meteor was in awe as he watched Storm controlling over 300 lightning arcs. Until this point, Meteor had always been confident he could enter the ranks of the Paimon conglomerate's core paragons in the future. After all, He was currently already considered a paragon among the conglomerate's internal members. However, after seeing Storm's performance, his confidence started to waver because he realized that the gap between him and an actual core paragon was unbelievably huge. At this time, Meteor even had a feeling that Storm could already go up against the Tier 6 experts of corporations in her current state. With her ability to manipulate over 300 lightning bolts carrying power at the Tier 6 standard, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Storm was a goddess of thunder. Meanwhile, after seeing the barrier taking shape, Saint Arm promptly fled out of it, not daring to stay within it for even a moment longer. Although Storm could manipulate the thunderbolts in the magic barrier, she had to manage over 300 thunderbolts at all times. If she mismanaged them and he got hit by a few, he would still be vaporized, even if he was a shield warrior. When Storm saw that Saint Arm had exited the barrier, she looked at Sherfong and smiled, saying, "You can take pride in the fact that you got me to use Thunder Realm's Descent." After saying so, Storm pointed at Sherfong, and all 300-plus lightning bolts in the barrier transformed into agile serpents that attacked Sherfong from all directions. At this time, even White Owl and Laura, who were fighting in the distant sky, couldn't help but glance at Storm's Thunder Realm's Descent. "If you're thinking of saving him, you best go now before it's too late," White Owl said, grinning as she looked at Laura. "Otherwise, he might very well suffer soul annihilation at Storm's hands." Tier 6 attacks already had the power to heavily damage Tier 5 immortal souls. If Storm could land all 300-plus of her thunderbolts, she could even annihilate a Tier 5 immortal soul, let alone a Tier 4 immortal soul. This was also why White Owl had chosen to bring Storm into the miniature ancient world with her. "Do I help him?" Laura couldn't help but grow a little worried when she saw Storm's attacks. Honestly, even she would have difficulty dodging all 300-plus thunderbolt attacks, let alone Sherfong, who wasn't even a Tier 5 player. Yet, if she tried to save Sherfong, White Owl definitely wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip. Currently, although Laura could suppress White Owl, that was because of her slight advantage in strength. When it came to movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed, they were about evenly matched. So, if she let herself get distracted by Storm's thunderbolts, White Owl would have a great chance of killing her. Yet, if Laura didn't save Sherfong, Storm's attack might really extinguish Sherfang's soul. While Laura was hesitating about what to do, Sherfong, who was inside the magic barrier, suddenly smiled. "You call this Thunder Realm's Descent? I'll show you what a true Thunder Realm's Descent looks like." After saying so, Sherfong had the 9 frost swords insert themselves into the ground and form a magic barrier around him. Meanwhile, he drew a series of divine runes with his left hand and had these runes merge themselves with the space around him. Once the divine runes merged with the surrounding space, the 300-plus lightning serpents started to actively avoid Sherfong, as if afraid of him. Although the lightning serpents continued to linger around Sherfong, none dared to touch him. Impossible. Storm was dumbfounded when she saw her attacks failing to harm Sherfong in the slightest. She had launched over 300 attacks at the Tier 6 standard, but none managed to damage Sherfong. Moreover, it looked like Sherfong had used less effort to neutralize these attacks than when he neutralized her Thunder God's spear. Is he really just a Tier 4 Sword Emperor? Trek's mouth turned into a big O shape as he looked at Sherfong. Although Sherfong was currently wearing a black cloak to hide his personal information, the life aura he exuded clearly indicated that he was only a Tier 4 player. But could a Tier 4 Sword Emperor really resist 300-plus Tier 6 attacks? Was he hiding his strength the last time we fought? Platinum Behemoth, who had previously fought Sherfong in the Thunder Restaurant, also gaped in shock at this sight. While everyone outside the magic barrier was looking at Sherfong in shock, Sherfong raised his hand and created one magic array after another before him. With each magic array Sherfong created, the mana in the magic barrier also grew denser. "I've seen your moves already, so it's your turn to see mine now." Suddenly, Everyone outside the barrier felt a change in Storm's magic barrier. Before anyone could determine what had happened, the lightning serpents lingering around Sherfong suddenly merged into one big ball. Had Storm and Saint Arm opted to attack him together without using any fancy moves, Sherfong would have indeed had difficulty tackling them. He might not even last long against them. After all, the Winter of Eternal Night could only remain at the legendary rank for a limited time. However, it was a different story now that Storm had set up a magic barrier. In the entire Greater God's domain, no expert would dare to use magic barriers against a great Grandmaster Magician. This was because doing so was akin to suicide. Subsequently, once the numerous lightning serpents finished merging into one big ball of lightning, the lightning sphere gradually transformed into a lightning dragon that measured several hundred meters in length. The lightning dragon was also vastly stronger than the lightning serpents from before. "Go," Sherfong said as he pointed at the elven woman standing over 1,000 yards away. As if understanding Sherfang's words, the lightning dragon bellowed at Storm and flapped its wings. Despite being Thunder Realm's caster, Storm could not exert any control over the lightning dragon created from her Thunder Realm. Before anyone could react, the massive lightning dragon shot through the magic barrier and devoured Storm in the blink of an eye. Then, the lightning dragon disappeared along with its creator, leaving behind only a piece of equipment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:12. Chapter 33:12. Chapter 386. Sherfang's Secret Storm? Saint Arm fell into a daze when he saw Storm getting vaporized. In terms of combat standards, Storm was not at all inferior to him. When it came to life-saving measures, Storm even had the upper hand. After all, as an elementalist, it would be fatal for her if her opponents managed to get within melee range. So it was only natural she placed more focus on gathering life-saving measures. Meanwhile, combined with her sixth sense, so long as Storm focused on fleeing, not even White Owl could kill her. Yet now Storm had died. Moreover, she had died at the hands of her own Thunder Realm's descent. What did he do? Meteor and the other Tier 4 spectators were confused and horrified as they looked at Sherfang's figure inside the barrier, none of them able to understand what had just happened. The Tier 5 curse clearly originated from Storm. Yet, the curse not only refused to obey Storm, but it even turned around to kill Storm. This situation completely exceeded their understanding of God's domain. Everyone retreat. While everyone was in a panic, White Owl suddenly issued a retreat order through the team chat. "Commander Owl, this is the Void Saint legacy we are talking about," Daira hurriedly said when he heard White Owl's call for retreat. "We might never come across another opportunity like this if we miss it." The Void Saint class was a stepping stone into the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Senate. Not even Apex powers would be willing to abandon such an opportunity, let alone the Paimon conglomerate. "If you wish to suffer soul annihilation, be my guest," White Owl curtly said before taking out a group teleportation crystal and enveloping everyone on her team in a teleportation array. At the same time, everyone in the teleportation array received a prompt asking them whether they agreed to get teleported. Damn it! Daira reluctantly looked at the nearby town before gnashing his teeth and agreeing to the teleportation. Immediately, White Owl and the others vanished into thin air, leaving only Sherfong and Laura on the floating island. "They sure didn't take their time leaving," Laura remarked as she watched White Owl's team teleporting away. However, she did not bother chasing after them, opting to sheath her sword instead. A group teleportation crystal could teleport everyone on the same team together. It was a rare and precious tool that was valued at 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal in the Greater God's domain, and they were usually treated as strategic items by the various powers. Although the floating island's barrier prevented players from directly teleporting out of the island, it was still possible to teleport to the barrier's edge. There was quite some distance between her current location and the barrier's edge, so unless she employed the help of teleportation magic as well, there was no way she could catch up to them. "It's a good thing that they've left," Sherfong said, wryly smiling when he saw that Laura still wanted to fight. "I can only fight them for a short time. Had the battle dragged on for a little longer, I would have most likely had to flee." Sherfong could only make use of Thunder Realm's descent once. After all, he had already eliminated Storm, the source of the combination attack. Meanwhile, without Thunder Realm's descent or an attack of a similar caliber, there was no way Sherfong could kill Saint Arm. At best, he could hold his ground against the Time Guardian. After all, a legendary weapon might grant its wielder the strength to transcend tears, but the precondition was that the opponent wasn't equipped with a legendary weapon or equipment. Meanwhile, Saint Arm obviously wasn't part of this category of opponents. Moreover, apart from the legendary rank Winter of Eternal Night, another reason Sherfong could match Saint Arm was because of his level of 155. That put him 15 levels above Saint Arm. If Sherfong was only at level 140, he would have definitely been put at a disadvantage against Saint Arm. Hence, had the battle dragged on until Ancient Dragon's power's duration ran out, Sherfong would have to either flee or get killed by Saint Arm. But I have to say, what you did just now was truly incredible. Could you perhaps be the Yifeng who recently became a great Grandmaster Magician? Laura asked as she looked at Sherfong suspiciously. It is almost impossible to take over someone else's magic in God's domain. Unless, of course, you manage to grasp all of the magic arrays in that woman's mana body. But that evidently isn't feasible. Besides that, the only other method I can think of is if you manipulated that woman's mana through her magic barrier. Previously, Storm had cast her curse via her magic barrier so as to strengthen its output. Hence, so long as Sherfong could take control of Storm's magic barrier, he would gain control over her curse. However, that was easier said than done. Taking over another person's magic barrier was an incredibly challenging and time-consuming feat, as one would have to discern the mana nodes in the other person's magic barrier. On top of that, one would need to have control over mana that was superior to the barrier's creator so that one could win control over these mana nodes. It should be known that Storm was a Grandmaster Magician. So the fact that Sherfong had not only managed to take control of Storm's magic barrier, but also accomplished it in such a short time was simply unbelievable. Apart from Sherfong being a great Grandmaster Magician, Laura truly couldn't think of any other explanations for the situation. Meanwhile, although great Grandmaster Magicians were exceedingly rare in the Greater God's domain, it just so happened that a new one had appeared not long ago. Linking these two events together, Laura couldn't help but overthink matters. "You've guessed correctly, Commander Laura," Sherfong said, openly admitting to Laura's suspicion. Then he chuckled and added, "But please keep this a secret. Others might not be able to link him with Yifeng." But it wasn't a difficult thing for Laura to guess the connection. After all, Laura was aware of his ability to freely travel between worlds. Moreover, the timing of his recent trip to the Greater God's domain coincided with his becoming a great Grandmaster Magician. "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about it," Laura said. Then she grinned and continued, "But if the Divine Seal Saint were to find out that you're the Yifeng, he'll probably lose his mind." The ultimate goal of the Greater God's domain's various powers was to explore the void zones situated in the gaps between realms. Meanwhile, exploring these void zones necessitated the construction of bases. However, unless a stronghold was protected by a great Grandmaster defensive magic array, it would need a large amount of manpower to keep it standing in the void zone. This led to a situation where great Grandmaster defensive magic arrays were in high demand. However, there were far too few great Grandmaster Magicians in existence. In the current era, there didn't even exist 100 great Grandmaster Magicians across the entire Greater God's domain. In other words, there were more realms than there were great Grandmaster Magicians. Moreover, most of these great Grandmaster Magicians were gathered in the 12 sanctuaries, leaving even fewer greater Grandmaster Magicians for the other realms. To make matters worse, these great Grandmaster Magicians needed a lot of time to produce even one great Grandmaster defensive magic array. Because of this, even if a power was willing to pay an exorbitant price to hire the services of a great Grandmaster Magician, it would need to make a reservation for several decades later. Anyway, we can't defend this place for much longer. The forces the Divine Seal, Saint dispatched, shouldn't be limited to just White Owl's group of 3. Those 3 must have used some special means to reach this place ahead of the main army. Once the Divine Seal Saint's army of experts arrives, even escaping will be a challenging task for us, Laura said, feeling a little worried. The strength of the experts the Divine Seal Saint dispatched had exceeded Laura's expectations. If she had to fight against White Owl, she could only afford to take on a few more Tier 5 experts. However, the Divine Seal Saint had dispatched thousands of Tier 4 experts, and many among them would complete their Tier 5 promotion as soon as they entered the World Passage. If this army of Tier 5 experts arrived, she could at best flee with several people. It'd be impossible for her to escape with all of Zero Wing's members. You don't have to worry about this, Commander Laura. So long as we can defend this place until the others return from their trials, I am confident in bringing everyone away safely, Shifeng confidently said. From what Shifeng learned during his previous life, the Void God settlements relied on divine seals created by ancient gods to imprison dangerous demigods. So long as he could release these imprisoned demigods and create some chaos, it should be easy for him and his team to escape the Divine Seal Saint's army. If Shifeng was still only a Grandmaster Magician, he would have had a hard time undoing these divine seals. However, now that he had become a great Grandmaster Magician, these divine seals were not a problem for him. It was only a question of whether he was willing to invest the time to undo these seals. Before Shifeng set off in search of the sealing grounds, he waved his hand at the item Storm, dropped when she died, causing the item to fly into his hand. If this was an item dropped by any other player, Shifeng might not have been particularly interested in it. However, Storm was a core paragon of the Paimon conglomerate. Every item she carried with her would be incredibly valuable, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. Meanwhile, after taking a look at the light purple metal piece in his hand, Shifeng couldn't help but be rendered speechless. Is Paimon so rich that it can afford to give away even things like this? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3313, Chapter 387, Fragmented Legendary Sacred Armor. Chapter 3313, Chapter 387, Fragmented Legendary Sacred Armor. Chapter 387, Fragmented Legendary Sacred Armor. Is Paimon crazy? It's letting a mere core paragon use a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor? Apart from Shifeng, Laura similarly revealed a surprised look when she saw the light purple metal piece. Even Apex Powers would only be willing to let core paragons with great contributions use their fragmented legendary sacred armor. Could Paimon be overflowing with sacred armor of this caliber? Sacred armor was different from the average equipment. They usually came in complete sets and did not have any attribute or tier requirements. Players could equip sacred armor so long as their control over mana was sufficiently high. Meanwhile, so long as players could don a suit of sacred armor, they would see a significant improvement in their control over mana. In the Greater God's domain, a suit of epic rank sacred armor could sell for a whopping 100,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal, whereas a suit of fragmented legendary ranked sacred armor couldn't even be found on the market. Fragmented legendary sacred armor was so rare and precious that players and powers who owned a suit wouldn't even be willing to trade it for several pieces of legendary equipment. After all, sacred armor were items passed down from the Greater God's domain's ancient era, and there was no way to reproduce them in the modern era. Hence, Every suit used was one less suit available in the greater god's domain. It was also highly unlikely a used suit of sacred armor would be handed over to another player, especially not a fragmented legendary sacred armor. This was because sacred armor could grow with their wearers. Apart from providing more basic attributes, a suit of sacred armor would also provide an increasingly greater improvement to mana control as their wearer leveled up. On top of that, not only would the suit of sacred armor eventually become fully compatible with its wearer, but it could also grow in rank. In the case of fragmented legendary sacred armor, it could ultimately grow into a legendary equipment set, which was why nobody would be willing to exchange a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor for even several pieces of legendary equipment. However, before a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor became a player's personalized equipment set, it would have an extremely high chance of dropping on death. Hence, any power that owned such sacred armor would be incredibly careful when handing them out to their paragons. After all, this was a potential legendary equipment set they were talking about. Not even Apex powers would dare to fool around with such a precious treasure. Yet, now, the Paimon conglomerate had given a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor to Storm, someone who wasn't even among the conglomerate's 10 great paragons. If the Paimon conglomerate could afford to be so generous with its fragmented legendary sacred armor, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call it the Starlight Realm's #1 conglomerate. "No, this thing looks like it's broken," Sherfong said, wryly smiling after he finished inspecting the worn-out divine runes engraved on the light purple metal piece. This thing might be a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor, but with its runes damaged, not only will it have a significantly higher equipment requirement, but its strength will also only be slightly stronger than epic sacred armor when equipped. Moreover, it can't grow along with its wearer. At best, this thing is worth 60 to 70,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Fragmented legendary sacred armor might be priceless, but it was a different story for a damaged suit. In the case of a damaged suit, it wouldn't even be worth as much as epic sacred armor. After all, an intact suit of epic sacred armor could still grow into a fragmented legendary equipment set. At that time, it would be vastly stronger than a half-baked fragmented legendary sacred armor. "What a pity," Laura said as she looked at the metal piece in Sherfeng's hand. "There are no known methods of repairing sacred armor in the current greater god's domain. Otherwise, even while damaged, this thing would be worth more than a 6-piece legendary equipment set. An intact suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor could ultimately transform into a 6-piece legendary equipment set that was perfectly compatible with its wearer. Unlike other 6-piece legendary equipment sets, it could let players unleash their potential to the greatest extent." "Indeed," Sherfong nodded, but chose not to say anything more. There might not be any known methods to repair sacred armor in the current greater god's domain, but Sherfong knew of a place that might have a way to do so, the greater god's domain's 3 great workshops. The 3 great workshops predated even the greater god's domain's recorded history. So, it wasn't out of the question for them to hold a means to repair sacred armor. After all, if these workshops could manufacture even epic combat puppets, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to repair sacred armor. Subsequently, Sherfong put away the damaged, fragmented legendary sacred armor and began searching for the Void God's sealing grounds. After following the flow of mana in the floating island's magic barrier for half a day, Sherfong finally discovered a cave that was sealed by a separate magic barrier. Moreover, apart from the barrier, the cave was also guarded by several level 150, Tier 5 legendary monsters. "Is it here?" Sherfong couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he looked at the 5 soul devourers resting in front of the cave entrance. Soul Devourer, ancient magic creature, legendary, level 150 HP 600 billion. Soul Devourers were incredibly troublesome monsters that could devour the immortal souls of players. If a Tier 4 player had their souls devoured by a Soul Devourer, they could basically say goodbye to God's domain forever. As for Tier 5 players, if they got killed by a Soul Devourer, they'd have to be separated from God's domain for at least 10 to 15 days. Hence, the existence of soul devourers was considered taboo in God's domain. Meanwhile, if players wished to raid a Tier 5 soul devourer, they would need a team of 100 Tier 5 players of the same level at the very least. Moreover, that was if they were going up against only one Tier 5 soul devourer. Currently, however, there were 5 Tier 5 soul devourers resting outside the cave. Moreover, the magic barrier protecting the cave was bound to these 5 soul devourers. In other words, unless these 5 soul devourers were eliminated, the magic barrier would remain standing. Fortunately, the situation wasn't completely hopeless, not for Shifeng at least. After analyzing the structure of the cave's magic barrier with his expertise as a great Grandmaster magician, Shifeng easily snuck through the magic barrier without giving the 5 soul devourers any chance to attack him. Then, he quickly made his way into the cave. Once inside the cave, Shifeng found that the deeper he traveled into the cave, the denser the eternal energy around him became. After walking for some time, Shifeng eventually arrived at an altar the size of several football fields. Meanwhile, the eternal energy around this altar was as dense as the eternal energy found on the 100 refinement buildings, second floor. Before Shifeng could get close to the altar, he was frozen in place by a divine might originating from the altar. More specifically, the divine might came from a carbonized black sword suspended above the altar. With great struggle, Shifeng raised his head to look at the carbonized sword suspended in the air. Then, when he got a clear look at the sword, goosebumps rose all over his body. Why is the shadow incinerator here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:14. Chapter 388, Strongest Demigod. Chapter 33:14. Chapter 388. Strongest Demigod. Chapter 388. Strongest Demigod Shadow Incinerator. This was a name known by all throughout the greater god's domain during Shifeng's previous life. Just hearing this name would give the various realms a huge headache. This was because the Shadow Incinerator had destroyed dozens of realms in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, the demigod who wielded the Shadow Incinerator to commit these atrocities was even labeled as the strongest demigod in the greater god's domain. Shouldn't the Shadow Incinerator be in the hands of the Crimson Wing? Shifeng was greatly confused as he looked at the carbonized sword hovering above the altar. From what Shifeng could remember, the Shadow Incinerator's wielder, Crimson Wing Ifa, was never imprisoned by the ancient gods. There was no way the ancient gods could have imprisoned her, either. One of the reasons Ifa was labeled as the strongest demigod was because she had slain a total of 8 ancient gods with the help of the Shadow Incinerator. Out of these 8 ancient gods, she had even slain 2 simultaneously. Not to mention, in the current timeline, the ancient gods still did not have any reason to imprison Ifa. At this point in time, Ifa should be nothing more than a newly born demigod in the Angel Sanctuary. She should have yet to become one of the Angel Sanctuary's 12 wings, a position awarded to the 12 strongest demigods in the Angel Sanctuary. It would only be some time later before Ifa would win the title of Crimson Wing and become one of the 12 wings. As for the Shadow Incinerator, Ifa had always been its wielder as far as Shifeng could remember. The weapon had never existed anywhere else before. He had even watched battle videos of Ifa wielding it when competing for a spot among the 12 wings. Could this be a fake? Shifeng carefully scrutinized the carbonized sword in the air. However, even after plenty of observation, he couldn't find any signs of the carbonized sword being a fake Shadow Incinerator. Whether it was the carbonized sword's appearance or terrifying divine might, both were similar to what he saw and experienced in Ifa's battle video. In fact, the carbonized sword before him felt stronger than the one in the battle video. After Ifa became the strongest demigod, the Shadow Incinerator instantly rose to 5th place in the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Divine Weapon list. As for the top 4 divine weapons, they were only recorded in the greater God's domain's history and had never appeared in the modern era. Meanwhile, according to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's description of the Shadow Incinerator, Aoife could limit the mobility of Tier 6 players simply by unsheathing the weapon and releasing its divine might. The Shadow Incinerator's divine might was so powerful that even ordinary Tier 6 gods would more or less be affected, and only existences at the caliber of ancient gods could ignore it. However, even though the Shadow Incinerator before him was without a wielder, the divine might it naturally radiated was enough to immobilize him, someone who possessed physique and basic attributes at the Tier 5 standard. It wouldn't be inaccurate to say that the carbonized sword hovering above the altar was stronger than the Shadow Incinerator described in records. While Sherfong was wondering how he could free himself from the effects of the Shadow Incinerator's divine might, the sound of several system notifications suddenly entered his ears. System, you have started the Greater Gods Domain's Mythic Main Storyline Quest Incinerator's Shadow. Quest content: undo the Myriad Ancient God Seal. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. System warning: the Shadow Incinerator has bound your immortal soul. You are required to undo the Shadow Incinerator's Divine Might Seal within 24 hours. Otherwise, the Shadow Incinerator will devour your immortal soul, and you'll never be able to log into God's domain again. A Mythic Main storyline quest? Divine Might Seal? What the heck is this? Sherfong felt as if an explosion had just gone off in his mind when he saw the system notifications. Main storyline quests in the Greater Gods domain were extremely dangerous. Because of this, once a main storyline quest reached the legendary rank, the system would give players the option to accept or refuse it. Yet he did not receive such an option for the Mythic Main storyline quest he triggered. He was forced to accept the quest, regardless of his will. To make matters worse, he had to complete the quest within 24 hours or face soul annihilation. Rather than a quest, it'd be more appropriate to consider this a trap set for players who had accidentally stumbled upon the Shadow Incinerator. Unfortunately, the system's timer did not stop counting down, irregardless of what Sherfong thought of the situation. I need to quickly remove the seal. After seeing the countdown timer, Sherfong no longer cared whether the Shadow Incinerator before him was real or fake. His number 1 priority was to undo the Divine Might Seal on him. Different from undoing a magic barrier seal, the process of undoing a Divine Might Seal did not involve the player's mastery over mana. It only involved the player's concentration, and it could be said to be the most troublesome type of seal in God's domain. Fortunately, I dabbled a little in Divine Might Seals in the past. Otherwise, I'd need at least several months to break this seal. Sherfong could feel several searing chains in the depths of his mind, and just spreading his senses over them caused him to experience excruciating pain. Divine Might Seals were a kind of mental attack in God's domain. It was also a method of attack players would gain after reaching Tier 6. Only, compared to Tier 6 gods, the mental attacks of Tier 6 players were nothing but a joke. At best, it could be used as a deterrence against players of the same tiers. Hence, few players would bother researching mental attacks. In the case of Tier 6 NPCs and Tier 6 monsters, though, they could often be seen using mental attacks. Hence, to have an easier time dealing with certain Tier 6 NPCs, Sherfong went out of his way to research mental attack methods, and among the attack methods he researched were Divine Might Seals. The process of unraveling a Divine Might Seal was simple. All he needed to do was find the seal's mental nodes, and transform his concentration into a weapon to attack these nodes. So long as he could destroy these nodes, the Divine Might Seal would be finished. After several hours passed, Sherfong finally finished inspecting the seal in the depths of his mind. Although the process was excruciatingly painful, it was a necessary step to unravel the seal. There are 8 mental nodes. That's more than I expected. When Sherfong saw that he only had 16 hours remaining, he couldn't help but grow a little anxious. I need to work faster. Normally, breaking a mental node required 2 or 3 hours of continuous effort. Now that he had 8 mental nodes to deal with and only had 16 hours remaining, he could only afford to spend, at most, 2 hours on each node. However, after Shifeng shaped his concentration into a blade and smashed it into one of the searing chains in his mind, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the results. No damage. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3315. Chapter 389. Tier 6 Concentration. Chapter 3315. Chapter 389. Tier 6 Concentration. Chapter 389. Tier 6 Concentration. When Shifeng saw no damage done to the illusory chain, surprise and consternation filled him. In God's domain, items constructed by the mind would more or less wear each other out when struck together. After all, mental objects were merely bodies of energy, and collision between two mental objects would result in both sides expending parts of their energy to mitigate the impact. It was just that most players in God's domain did not know how to mold their concentration into weapons. Hence, most players were unable to do anything about divine might seals. However, so long as players could mold their concentration into an object, it was only a matter of time before they could break a divine might seal. They wouldn't even need to find the seal's mental nodes to break it. Of course, the process would naturally be faster if they could target the mental nodes. Hence, the current situation confounded Shifeng a little. A collision between mental objects would have definitely resulted in a loss of mental energy to a certain extent. Could these chains not be made up of mental energy? Shifeng wondered as he scrutinized the illusory metal spheres responsible for linking the illusory chains with one another. Currently, there were over 1,000 such metal spheres in his mental sea. Although all of these metal spheres looked to be mental nodes at first glance, only 8 of them were actually responsible for holding up the foundation of the divine might seal. However, no matter how Shifeng looked at these 8 metal spheres, they were undoubtedly mental objects. In other words, so long as they were struck by a foreign mass of mental energy, they should lose some of their own mental energy. Yet, that did not seem to have happened. Is it because my concentration standard is lacking? Is that why these metal spheres can ignore my attack? This was the only explanation Shifeng could come up with after racking his mind. However, upon coming to this conclusion, he couldn't help but have a headache. Currently, there was no doubt that he had already pushed the boundaries of a Tier 4 player, his concentration reaching the Tier 5 peak standard. Moreover, he had only reached this standard after becoming a great Grandmaster Magician. Otherwise, he would only be at the Tier 5 advanced standard. It should be known that most Tier 5 players didn't even have Tier 5 advanced concentration. Instead, they would be stuck at the Tier 5 basic standard. This was because, unlike levels, players could not develop their concentration by simply killing monsters or completing quests. Normally, if players wished to improve their concentration standard, they would have to continuously sharpen their mental will and learn how to control it. Apart from that, players could also improve their concentration standard by raising their tiers. After players reached a higher tier and gained a stronger physique, the stronger physique would subtly influence the improvement of their concentration. For players who got promoted to Tier 5, their physique could help to develop their concentration until the Tier 5 basic standard. However, this method of raising one's tier to develop one's concentration could only be used up till Tier 5, which was why most Tier 5 players' concentration would only be at the Tier 5 basic standard. As for why this method couldn't be used up to Tier 6, it was because of the requirements to get promoted to Tier 6. In God's domain, players seeking to reach Tier 6 would face 3 major problems. The first and second problems were related to the divine body. Firstly, players needed to gather the 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, 1, required to construct a divine body. Secondly, players needed to know how to construct a divine body. As for the third problem, it was the requirement of having Tier 6 concentration. If players couldn't raise their concentration standard to Tier 6, they would be incapable of getting promoted to Tier 6. This was why many Tier 5 experts would get stuck at the cusp of Tier 6. As for individuals like Shifeng, who possessed Tier 5 peak concentration as a Tier 4 player, they were exceedingly rare in God's domain. The only reason Shifeng could achieve such a standard was that he had already sharpened his mental will to its limits, and could not only materialize it, but also materialize it into a metal object. It was also because he had such control over his mental will that he could remain undeterred by Tier 6 divine might. Currently, though, if Shifeng wished to further develop his concentration and push it to the Tier 6 standard, he would need to receive a qualitative improvement to the essence of his life, which would, in turn, allow his mental energy to achieve a qualitative leap. Otherwise, there was no way he could push his concentration to the Tier 6 standard as a Tier 4 player. After all, reaching Tier 6 in concentration meant going beyond the realm of mortals and entering the rank of gods. If he had Tier 6 concentration, he could make mortals kneel with nothing but a thought, which was also the so-called divine might. Although Shifeng could upgrade the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank to elevate his physique to the Tier 5 standard, that would not change his life rating. He would still be incapable of pushing his concentration to Tier 6. No, there is a way. Shifeng smiled as a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. Then he took out the damaged sacred armor from his bag space. I didn't think that Thunderstorm would come to my aid one day. System, you are attempting to equip a suit of sacred armor. To wield its effects, you will need to fully grasp the sacred armor's foundational mana. Do you still wish to equip it? Equip it. Shifeng answered without hesitation. Although the current mana equipment set he used was excellent, it was still vastly inferior to a damaged suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor. Not to mention, the sacred armor possessed a hidden ability that his mana equipment set did not. There was a fundamental difference between mana equipment and sacred armor in God's domain. Mana equipment was made of magic arrays and magic patterns that drew on mana from the surrounding environment to enable players to exhibit strength far beyond what they possessed. On the other hand, sacred mana was the exact opposite. Sacred armor on its own was a mana source, and players could gain greater strength by manipulating this mana source. Simply put, sacred armor offered players access to a second mana source. So, the more skilled players were at manipulating mana, the more benefits they could get from a suit of sacred armor. Eventually, players could even evolve a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor into a legendary equipment set that was fully compatible with them. However, apart from having the basic properties of a mana source, sacred armor also came with a hidden ability, the ability to substitute the mana body of its wearer. In short, sacred armor could be modified to become a new mana body for players. Only, nobody would do such a thing under normal circumstances. Firstly, it was unnecessary. If players wanted a strong mana body, they could create one when getting promoted to Tier 5. If they failed to create a mana body with satisfactory standards, there was always the option of starting a new account. After all, Saint Armor could only ever be a substitute. Unless players had no desire to ascend to Tier 6, they would still need to use their own Tier 5 mana body when constructing their divine body. Secondly, the process of using sacred armor as a replacement for one's primary mana source was completely different from manipulating sacred armor as a secondary mana source. This was because the mana source of sacred armor had different operating principles than the mana body of players. Trying to use sacred armor as a replacement for the mana body was akin to manipulating a puppet to manipulate another puppet. However, Shifeng did not need to concern himself with these problems. This was because he only aimed to have the sacred armor replace his mana body so that it could change his life rating. I must succeed. After taking a deep breath, Shifeng promptly started to merge the Tier 5 mana body he created in the 100 Refinement building into the sacred armor. TL notes: 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. In the main story, an ordinary divine body only costs 50,000 units for each construction attempt, whereas a superior divine body costs 100,000 units for each attempt. However, I'm not sure if the author still remembers the ordinary version. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.